I'm still not quite ready. I got locked out of my freaking um email, so now I'm trying to find how to get back in. So hold on one second. It was either me waiting or me just going live and just having you guys come in and like, should I just like do it real quick and figure it out? I know how to get it, but just if you guys just give me 1 minute. Actually, you know what? I was gonna play that I was going through like Robert Ives, the old prosecutors. I was trying to find like old interviews, and I was gonna play this 6 minute interview just for the heck of it. So let me play that while I'm looking for my password and stuff to try to get back into my email. Let's listen to that real quick, so we're not just sitting here. Um, hey, real quick though, you guys. So I hope I don't have to do this because I do not. I can't. I don't know. So are you guys hearing like a beep? Because so on the last two, or on my last live, somebody said something like, "What's this beeping noise?" Which I probably would have never have noticed if they didn't say it, and then I was listening for it. So maybe I shouldn't even put it into your head. So, but then I hear what they were talking about. So I went back on my other lives. I went back to my pre-record. Though not, it's not on my pre-record, and it only goes back to my last two lives that it's doing that. And then before that, it was fine. So I try to go into my settings of my microphone and try to figure out, rearrange the settings and see what was going on. I don't want to have to get a new one. I just can't afford a new mic right now with all my, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to pay all my medical bills and stuff like that. So I'm hoping I don't really need to get a mic. So if it's okay, I'd rather just try to go with this one. But can you you could hear it really? You hear it right now? I hear it. Shoot. Are you saying you hear the beep right now? Well, I don't know. It's very, it's not that obvious. But like I said, I never would have noticed unless that person that comment. And then when they commented, I was listening and I hear what they're talking about. It's not that obvious, but you could hear it. Hopefully it's okay. I'll have to go back and listen after and see. Oh man. All right, hold on one second. I'm trying to find. Oh yeah, I'm gonna play that. Let me play that interview real quick while I'm looking for my password so I could try to get into my email in case if somebody wants to send me an email. Um, because that happens sometimes, and then I'll be able to do it. So hold on one second. It's a 6 minute interview. By the time that's done, I should be able to get into my emails. But it's I mean, it's interesting. It's the old prosecutor. He got to see the crime scene, but didn't work on the case. So I think it's kind of interesting. I found a couple interviews with him, but I found like some written ones too. I was just curious because I remember looking at it way years ago, looking at the interview, and I was like, man, I haven't listened to that and saw that in a long time. So I was looking at it today when I was going through stuff. I'm like, ooh, let's see what we got. All right, hold on. Let me just play this one real quick. And then I'll try to get back into my freaking emails. It knocked me out of both of my freaking on both computers, which I don't know why. Usually if you like maybe one shuts down or something reloads, it'll be one computer, but both of them. So I was like, oh, I'll just use this one, but they're both, so I have to log on. So hold on. Let me just play this interview and then I'll get it fixed. In case if anybody wants to send me like an email or anything, because sometimes that happens where it's important email. All right, we'll watch this real quick and then we'll do it up. All right. Kind of interesting. Rainbow sherbet. This is so good. I've had this because I haven't been able to find cotton candy at the gas station I used to go. I usually before my trips, I'll stop like the day before and get like, because that's the only times I usually drink energy drinks. And I get cotton candy. The last few times they've been out of cotton candy, but this rainbow sherbet is good. There's all kinds of I've got Skittles was okay. Oh, there's just all kinds of different candy ones. So I'm gonna do it up. Anyway, all right, let me continue. But yeah, so this guy saw the scene. Which is interesting that he thought what he just say, like that it would have been. He thought it would have been solved in a couple of days because of the stuff left at the scene. And little did he know at that time, I think he's just talking about physically. Like I don't even think he's even referring to the video, right? Is he? Wonder if he's referring because the video too. Yeah, I can't believe it took. Well, I mean, I would say it's not solved yet. It's going on 7 years. Nobody's been convicted yet. I cannot believe I should never have pointed that beeping out. Dang it! I knew there was a part of me. It's like I shouldn't point it out because then some people don't even hear it now. It's gonna annoy them. Um, don't worry, Alan. I don't. Did you not hear me? I don't drink these every day. I drink. I don't even. No, so no, I don't drink them every day. I don't even drink them once a week. It's like a rare occasion when I drink them. So no, it's fine. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm gonna have to. The weird thing is it's not on my pre-records though, so I don't think. I don't know. Okay, so I don't hear. No, I was just trying to listen to see if I heard the beeping. I don't hear the beeping at the beginning a little bit now, the more recent one, but I do hear it going in and out. It's like cutting in and out. Dang it. I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to get a freak. I don't know. Like shoot. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Anyway, what are we talking about? Oh, somebody that said something. Wait. Somebody that said something about the Collins. Yes, the Evansdale. Look at this. So that my one mod, I was just looking through this and I don't know why it's like an old. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was going through. Oh, I was trying to clear out my storage on my phone. I was going through like old things because my storage was filling up. So I was trying to delete things. And I screenshot this message from my mod because like if there's important things I'll screenshot so I remember, because sometimes you're messaging somebody so much and then it goes way up and then you forget. So I screenshot important things and it's about this case and I'm glad it's about Richard Allen though. So she's talking about how he worked at multiple CVS's. I don't know how she knows this, so this is just take it. I don't know. I don't know if this is confirmed or not, but she said he worked at a few different CVS's, and one of them was an hour away from the Evansdale murders where they were murdered. And how did she word it? She said something like how he would work these long hours, so she would guess that he would probably stay up there because hold on, let me find it real quick so I'm accurate on what I'm saying. It's kind of interesting, but like I said, I don't know how she knew this, um but yeah, so basically because it would have been she's saying like it would be too far for him to drive back and forth every day for work. So he probably stayed up there, days in a row when he worked that up there or something like that. So it wouldn't be that weird. But I know that I'm talking to a lot of you guys that now doesn't think it probably is Richard Allen, but I don't know. I think it's probably like half and half, huh? I should do a poll. Um Trying to think what the quickest way to find that. Hold on one second. Oh, I think I got it pretty good. But she gave more specifics because she knows the area, something about, like, the area and exactly where it's at and stuff, and the CVS's that he worked at supposedly, and the one, she gives more accurate information, but maybe I'll find it later. I have so many messages, and, I was going through all of them the other day, so they could be it could be anywhere on here. I don't know if I can't remember how long ago. But yeah, so supposedly it was about an hour. The CVS that he worked was like an hour from the Evansdale murders, but like I said, she said he would work like, the hours, so it would make sense that he would stay up there. So I don't know, take that how you want it if you think there's anything to that. I'm trying to look for it real quick. I don't wanna look. I have so many. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. It's making me sad because 'cause I'm seeing all these old pictures. Um, so that's kinda interesting. How many of you guys I'm gonna do a poll because I wanna see how many of you guys think it's Richard still, or I think now I forget. I should every time I say I should be writing them down, and I don't, on how many people think it's Richard or Brad. So I wanted to go through some of the, stuff. Hold on one second. I don't know. Dang it. I wish I would've re-screenshot it. Did I maybe? Hold on. Maybe I did. I did! Oh my god, it's, like, right in my recent ones. See, I was smart. When I was going through it, I re-screenshot it so it would be up it would be, like, on my recent ones. And I'm going through all my old ones, and then I just had a thought like, "Hey, I know myself. I usually would re-screenshot that so it's right there since we're talking about it again." Okay. So it says Richard Allen worked at various Walmart. Oh, no, Walmarts. Why did I say CVS's? So it says various Walmarts from 2009 to 2016. Oh, because that's I know why I said CVS, duh. But anyway, so okay. So he worked at various ones from 2009 to 2016. When was the Evansdale? 2012? Okay. It says one of them was in Bradley, Illinois, 1 hour away from Evansdale Murders. He worked 12 hours a day as manager there. No way he would drive an hour and 42 minutes each day, one way back and forth to work. So it was an hour and 42 minutes. I bet he stayed there during the week and came home on the weekends. I bet you they are really looking at him for that double murder. Interesting. So that was one of my mods messaged me. This was like in November last year. So right after they arrested him in October, so the month after. So yeah, it's kinda interesting, don't you think? Um, so I don't know how she knew that, but, Matt, yeah, thanks. I haven't got it yet. Wait a minute. I didn't get any new emails. I never got it, Matt. Will you email me that again? I saw your, message earlier. I haven't got a new message in dang, a long time. Well, I got Jackie, you sent me that one about Ron Logan, but besides that, it's been a minute. Wait, what? We're found where, Alan? Well, then that that would make it hard to be, Richard. Here, why since we just watched Ives, let's just look at this article here. I was gonna possibly read, but since we just watched this one interview, let's just look at this real quick. And then I wanna go through some of the highlighted parts of the documents that I wanted to just, like, go through again, some of the, um, I feel like important parts. Hold on, let me you guys, tomorrow, 2 days. Has anybody watched the Serial podcast? So I finished the whole podcast, the 12 episodes, but now I found some documents. I found the trial transcripts. I started to go through those, but then I found some other documents I was going through first, and I saw a couple other videos that I started watching. So yeah, is anybody anybody into it for Thursday, or should I push it back? Oh, you are? Isn't that interesting? Who else? Wait, who else has been watching it? Isn't that good? Insane. Um, isn't that freaking man, it's addicting. Um, who else? Ashley, which one are you on? Yeah, watch it again because we're gonna talk about it Thursday. Um, I don't know, guys. I almost want to talk about it right now because I have so many thoughts, but I'll wait till Thursday because I'm dying to know what you guys think. Um, you know, dang it. That's the one I've been putting a lot of time into as I've been putting a lot of time into that case because it's just so I don't know what to think. So there's actually a newer court TV video out that when I was going through the videos um that I didn't see just from a couple weeks ago about that case, how he had to he had another hearing or whatever because his family didn't get to go to that one. They did. The person that was in California that didn't get to go got to zoom in. He just wasn't there physically, I guess. And they said that for the victim, it's not, it's not right. So I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, you guys here. So Thursday we're going to be talking about Adnan Saeed case. Um, Dang, I want to say so much stuff, but I'll wait. I'll wait. Now that I know that some of you guys have watched it, so now you know what I'm talking about. Um, there's 12 episodes. Well, somebody put out the link, so a couple of the mods put the link, so we're gonna talk about it Thursday, and I'm gonna do it like every week, talk about it because I don't know, dude. I'm so torn at the end of it. So I thought maybe by the end I would, and I'm telling you, so Jonathan kind of he made me feel like I was gonna watch because he's like, make sure you just don't watch, you only watch that because you're gonna be biased or whatever. I don't know, it made me the perception that I was gonna lean like she was like biased one way. So I'm listening the whole time, waiting for her to veer off, and she pretty much stays in the middle the whole time. So I was like, you're confusing me. Like I was like, I thought because he was like, make sure don't just watch that one. I'm like, well, if you know me, I'm not gonna just watch that. I'm gonna watch all kinds of things. I'm gonna get the documents. So I was kept waiting for it to veer off where he was saying she was biased for his innocence, that basically that it was going to be, she's the one that, because of her podcast that's why he's out and stuff, which I don't think that's true at all. She's like very neutral. She stayed in the middle the whole time, in my opinion. And I think in the end, she kind of concluded, I won't ruin it for you all, but in reality, she made it seem like she was kind of taking a side, but she really wasn't. Just you'll see. She was very neutral. So I like her because she's kind of like, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like she's very fair. She was very fair and wasn't biased. That's why I did trust her because she didn't seem biased at all. Like she kept saying, oh no. So anyway, very good, guys. We're going to talk about that for a few episodes. If you guys are interested, I don't know. I was going to do like one episode a week, but if you guys are like, if most of you guys that have watched it are up to more episodes, I mean, we could just talk about it in general, pretty much. Anyway, all right. So, wait, what are you guys talking about? Ryan is insane. I think if that's who I know it is insane, but is that what you're referring to? I don't know. Somebody asked who Ryan is, but maybe you guys are talking about something else. Yeah, can you Ashley, will you put it in there so I can start? There we go. Ashley just put it. So start with episode 1, and there's 12 episodes. So my whole plan was going to be to do one episode a week, but I mean, we might have to go into a little bit deeper each week because one episode I'm probably going to want to talk about a lot of more than one maybe. But yeah, so as long as you could at least do one a week, but if you want it, I think once you watch one, you're going to want to watch the second one, and you're going to want to keep watching it if you have time. That's how I was. I kept watching and I'm like, I couldn't stop. So, and they're like an hour a piece, but they're very entertaining. it holds your attention and they're not boring. It's like when the one's over, I'm like always sad. I'm like like, "No, I want more." That one's already over. It does not feel like an hour episode. So, yes, I highly recommend it. Um, but like I said, I have the trial transcripts. I'm trying to go through those and highlight different things because I was thinking, man, I could do like a reading, but there's so much. There's like one day of freaking one day of there's two trials. The first trial, they had to have a new trial because well, we'll get all into that. So they had to have two trials basically. So Jay's like, and I want to go through and see how much Jay's testimony changes, because we know he's a freaking liar. I mean, I don't know about altogether, but his story changes so much and I can't figure out why. I mean, I know why, but I can't figure out like exactly why. I know he's hiding more involvement. He has more involvement than what he's saying. So he's trying to take himself out of it more, but I don't know why. Like I swear he was there for the murder. I don't know. But anyway, I'll just wait. I'll just wait. All right. So Zavgirl, his Addie rakes my nerves, that voice. Wait, who's Addie? Wolfpack? Are you talking about Gutierrez or who? Uh, Adnans? Adnans? I always feel like I say it wrong. Who's a lawyer are you talking about? All right, hold on one second, guys. I'm sorry. I know we're talking about Delphi here, but dang. Like I should have done one on. No, I'll wait till thirds of it. Now I want to talk about that. It's so freaking good. Okay. Oh yeah, she died, so they can't ask her questions. I mean, I'm sure you know from watching it, from listening to it. So she's not alive anymore. She supposedly was a really good lawyer. Like he fought for her. So they were going to dismiss her. Like they were going to say she couldn't work for him because she represented some of the other people that were witnesses or whatever. And so he like wrote a letter to the court adding on saying no, please, like given reasons why he wanted her. And then so the whole point is, and then afterwards, then it's ineffective counsel, and it's like, well, no, you fought for her, So you kind of like this. The argument is, well, no, we wanted to get rid of her, and you were like, no, because she was like a very well known, like really good lawyer that was. So I'd never heard of her before that, so I don't know how she'd do a little research into her. But her voice doesn't bother me, but there really isn't a lot. You don't hear her a ton in it, but Okay, so I wanted to go through some of these documents though for the Delphi stuff. Okay, like I said, I'm sure you guys have seen them, but maybe not though. I'm sure you guys have at least seen them once, but I feel like I haven't gone over some of the newer ones with you. Plus, I went through the big one and just highlighted little parts that I wanted to like hit the different points because I'm afraid that we're not gonna hear about this again. I don't know what his new defense. Now I'm back to Delphi case. I don't know what his new defense is gonna do. But and Alan, don't get mad. No, Alan, I know you are. You think it's not. But wait, I have a question. So, Alan, could you possibly? I don't know if you answered last time when I asked. But do you think that it's a possibility that maybe there's no ritual, but maybe it wasn't Richard Allen? Are you open to that possibility, or are you so dead set that it's Richard? And I don't know what happened to Missy. Missy was supposed to come on. I haven't heard from her. Now, here's the thing. So Misbehaved is one of the ones because she sent me a message or like when she wanted to come on and did a video and she's like, I think basically the crime scene photos were fake or how did she word it? So she's one of the ones that thinks that they're not real. And that's why I was really wanting to come on to get her take because I don't understand how after everything, how you can't think they're real considering that freaking Richard's lawyers or Alan's lawyers. I feel we're calling him Richard because they called him Rick, right? I don't know, but now like I've been referring to him as a Richard this whole time, but like I feel like in real life they call him Rick. But so I'll just call it Alan's lawyers. They freaking withdrew. So if it was fake, if those are fake crime scene photos, why would they were no, they wouldn't have even been in trouble. They wouldn't have felt like that they had to withdraw. They wouldn't have withdrew. So I was like, no, there's no way. That would be stupid. They were going that hearing was going to be about that. And they freaking withdrew after spending hours. How many hours they spent on this case already? That means that all just gets thrown away. But you know what I'm saying? Well, I know they're going to pass it on to the other lawyers supposedly, but I mean, they just spent all their time. They're not going to withdraw over some fake thing. If it was fake, then it would be like, no, that's some internet crap. That stuff's not even real. It didn't come from me. You know what I'm saying? So no, I don't think that they're fake at all. So I was hoping she would have come because I wanted to pick her brain about that because I don't understand how anybody could think that now, knowing he lost his lawyers over it. You know what I'm saying? I won't call him Rick. I'll call him Richard, but I know that he doesn't go by yeah, there's ads, C-Star. I'm a monetized channel, so there's gonna be ads. I don't get to choose. Like when I'm live, that's all YouTube. They choose when to put them in, and then after I do a manual where I put them in because if you do automative, they put them in every couple minutes. But I can't control it when I'm live before it gets uploaded and processed. So yeah, sorry. Um. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, it is 8 now. Hold on, let me see. So she said 8. Bradley, Illinois. How far is it from Bradley, Illinois? Anyway, yeah, so sorry. Yeah, I've never uh lied about me being monetized. Of course I'm monetized. Because the way that YouTube set it up a couple of years ago, even the channels that aren't monetized, you're gonna get commercials. So it's like you might as well you want to donate whatever you want to do. If you were the type that was doing it for a hobby, I'm not. This is my job. I do it to pay my bills, But some people just do it if they're saying, oh, I just do it for fun or whatever. Still, then take that money and donate it. Then or if you don't want the money, don't give it to YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Monetize your channel, and if you really are somebody that doesn't need it, and you're wealthy and you don't need it, and you're able to just do it for fun, then still monetize and then just donate it to a charity or something if that's how you want to do it. Because YouTube is going to put ads on. It was like what now 2 years ago, 3 years ago, where they set it up where they're going to run ads anyway. So if you're not monetized, then they just run the ads and get the money. So I always tell people then if you don't want to be monetized, still monetize. If you don't need the money, then just donate it to somebody because you're giving it to YouTube then. So anyway, all right. So let's go through. Wait, your phone turned on? What happened to your phone? You don't like him having your name? Only per the bullet? See, I don't feel like that's strong evidence. That's why I didn't get to see your answer last time. So you're saying even just the bullet, you would be convinced then. Remember I was asking that question, so obviously you think the bullet's enough. And I'm not. That's fine. Everybody can have their own opinion, but dang, I hope they have more. I'm going to be I think a lot of people will be dissatisfied if that's all they have, though. Because we don't know. There's corrupt cops. I mean, people do things, so we don't know if they grabbed that bullet. Think about that, Alan. How do you know that they didn't grab that bullet when they went to Alan? So, yeah, there was a bullet found in between them. Could have been any bullet, right? Let's say. How do we know that when they went and got that search warrant that they didn't grab the actual real one? You know what I'm saying? They grabbed one from them that went through the gun and then said, yep, this is the one. I mean, how do you know that? You know what I'm saying? So I hope they have more than that because cops do things. I'm not saying all cops are corrupt because I am for cops, like law enforcement. Heck yeah. But there's always bad ones. There's bad people in every profession. So how do you know? And from what I've been hearing from Carroll County and stuff that's been happening, there's a good chance that they might have some of the bad ones. Their whole freaking thing might be corrupt. You know what I'm saying? So that is not enough. That would be so easy to plant. Like that'd be so easy to just grab one and then put that in the evidence. And then the one, you know what I'm saying? Especially if they don't have the close up pictures of the actual some identifier of that to show that it's the same one that they found in the dirt, pulling it out, exact same thing. That would be one of the easiest things to plant. Yeah. So I just pray they have something else because that's just not enough for me. It's too easy. Yeah, I know, Wolfpack. I agree. And that would be like an easy little thing to do. The bullet thing, that'd be so easy to mess with. All right, so sorry, I keep getting sidetracked here. I wanted to hurry up and show this. I almost forgot. I just wanted to show this interview here with the Ives, just an article, and then we'll go. I'm gonna go through a couple documents. I'm getting so sidetracked here, guys. Sorry. I guess it's not new. I've been told in comments that I'm all over the place. Can't help it. That's why I try to do pre-records as much as I can. But I know a lot of people that like lives, we like just to hang out, right? Okay, so here's the interview. It says rumors have long circulated that the crime scene was bizarre and shocking to investigators with unusual elements that police have been reluctant to reveal. It says now Ives reveals that the crime scene was nothing like murders he had encountered in the past, where typically a body is found with some evidence, such as shell casings present. There was a lot more physical evidence than at the crime scene. There was a lot more physical evidence than that at the crime scene, I've said. And it's probably not what you would imagine or what people would think I'm talking about. It was just not your normal, a person was killed here, crime scene. That's probably all I can say about it, I've said. I've said that the scene was odd and displayed at least 3 signatures, which are unique behaviors by the killer. However, Ives raised the possibility that elements of the scene had been staged in an attempt to trick investigators by sending them down a false path. So look at this. Now think about this. So he's saying the elements of the scene had been staged in an attempt to trick investigators by sending them down a false path. So I guess this could fit with maybe Richard Allen or somebody making it look like something that it wasn't. Could be. I was actually watching a video where they were talking about this picture. Remember we were wait, why does that look? Oh yeah, that's the one where Anthony said that was a barrier, or he showed it. But there's somebody else was doing a video and said that wasn't there. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to watch his video back again. That's what it looks like to me, though. After he pointed it out, it looks exactly like that. But somebody else that was supposedly was local said that no, that there was no barrier right there. So who knows? So remind me to look into that. I don't know. All right. Yep, here's the the one they want us to believe that this is the same guy. I don't know. That just I don't know. That's so funny because I mean, how many years even myself thinking like, okay, the same person, same person. Okay, so this is a younger version of this guy. Okay, trying to like make it fit in my head, and this doesn't even look like a younger version of this guy. And they look like 2 totally completely different people. Anyway, so it says retired FBI profiler Mary Ellen O'Toole, who has worked on cases such as the Green River Killer, explained on the podcast that a signature at a crime is behavior that is over and beyond what is necessary to complete the crime. And it generally is behavior that is satisfying to the offender, whether it is sexually satisfying or psychologically satisfying. On staging, she explains, staging tends to be done most often by somebody who knows the victims. I've said, even though at the crime scene there was a lot of physical evidence of one sort of another, which would lead logically to one person or another, it never led to one particular person. The Indiana State Police continue to refuse to release any details about the crime scene, saying it could compromise the investigation. I've said that in remember, this is an old article, but said that in early stages of the investigation, dozens of search warrants and subpoenas were issued, mostly seeking cell phone locations and identities of cell phones. Unfortunately, he said that the law does not allow for the bulk collection of cell phone data from a nearby cell tower without probable cause that a particular phone was involved with the murders. Initially, I thought and still think it was somebody local, I've said of the killer, noting of the hiking trail that is not a tourist spot and that an outsider would be unlikely to visit. Ives indicated that there was no reason to believe that the killer knew the two girls would be hiking there that day, as their decision to go for a walk had been spontaneous and there's no evidence that they were lured to the trail. I tend to think it's a local, I've said, but adding maybe it was a random murder, maybe it was a serial killer. Okay. Anyway. Well, Delphi has 2,877 people. That is small. Two grainy photos. Okay, so I think that's about it from this. I just wanted to read what he said about the scene. Now, after we know what it looked like now. All right. Have you guys seen hold on, let me get it. The exhibit list? Have you seen that? So these are all the exhibits from the memorandum, which I think is pretty interesting because so this oh my god, this tastes so good. They're so dangerous though because they taste so freaking good. I could drink them so fast. Oh, this might be a long live, guys. I'll be up late. Anyway, so I think this is important because this backs up. This is the stuff that backs up what the memorandum's saying. So obviously we just see the document. We don't get the attachments. Usually a lot of these will have like when, for instance, the Watts discovery. If you're able to get the whole discovery, the whole file, everything, you'll get the document, like the written out stuff, and then there'll be like attachment this, and usually attachments are like videos, pictures, separate little things that we're not allowed to have yet of this. Hopefully after the trial we will, but who knows. So anyway, these are some of the stuff from the memorandum though that they're attaching to show to prove their case on this. So they attached 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 crime scene and autopsy photos, which I think all the ones that they attached are just the ones that are from the Delphi, like right outside before they move the bodies. Because if you think about the memorandum, they wouldn't have had to show any of the autopsy, when they have the, and on that actual autopsy photos, he wouldn't have had to attach any of those to prove any points in the memorandum. So those are probably all outside. I'm guessing. I don't know. I could be wrong. But the Todd Click affidavit, the Todd Click letter to McClelland is attached, DNA documentation. So there's 3 Fs. Here, let me make that bigger. I didn't realize. Whoa, that's really big. So there's 3 pictures of the F on the tree. One's a wider angle, a photo of the shoe under Abby's leg, photo of a cell phone under Abby's leg, photo of a bullet in the ground. So there's 3 photos of the bullet in the ground. I just saw somebody in the group saying, "Oh, there's no photos of the bullets." I think they misunderstood. There is photos of the bullet, but it's in the ground. Like, there's not, like, them removing it and then showing, like, comparing, like, the size and different specifics of the bullet. Um, Liggett's autopsy notes, graph showing depth of Deer Creek, confidential photo, yellow rope tied to tree. Somebody remind me, I don't remember in the memorandum, but I do have, there's some pages I skipped and I was trying to go through them today, but I didn't make it to the parts that I skipped. And I know I did because when we were talking about, like, for instance, the Dan Doolin interview, when we originally brought it up, I hadn't seen that part yet. And then I saw it after. I think, I don't know, I think I got to most of it, but I don't remember anything about a yellow rope tied to a tree. Do you guys remember what he said about that? Because obviously, if it's in this memorandum, they must have mentioned it somewhere. I don't know if I just didn't see that one yet. So I don't know what yellow rope tied to tree infographic. Odinism website, man hanging upside down from tree, man wearing antlers. Uh, Tree painting, close up. We got that. The sacrificial ideology in Norse religion, Odin report. See, we haven't even seen the actual 12-page Odin report because that was exhibit attachment and it wasn't actually in there. Yeah, yellow rope. So I don't know. Maybe I'll type in yellow rope on the when I'm in the document and see what comes up. That's a good idea. You know how you could search a word? We'll type that in and see. And then you have interview report, photo of Brad and Patrick interview, which that's what I'm saying. Like, we might not ever see these interviews or videos or anything because if they don't go that route, so we might not ever get to see for ourselves what the defense saw to see what we make out of it, but hopefully we will. So yeah, there's an interview with Patrick on February 19th. So what, 5 days after the girls were found, they were already interviewing Patrick, and then 2 days on the 17th, we know they interviewed Brad. So they were onto these guys pretty quick, but they cleared them pretty quick too, though. So we have Charles Street to Delphi Cemetery. So Google Map, Facebook post of the hand, which we've seen that with the symbol, the rune that's supposedly similar that's on Abby with the sticks. And it has the side by side holder's hand and Abby. Facebook post bodies in woods. That's what I wanted to ask you guys. I have not been able to find that on his page, or I haven't seen it anywhere. I think they did say in there that he took that down, right? But remember that supposedly in the memorandum it talks about the staged crime scene, how Brad has posted something that almost depicts the crime scene. There's a few differences, but it's two girls deceased. They said it, Libby, wait, one of them more lined up and the other one wasn't one was similar and one wasn't. I don't remember if Abby or Libby, but somehow it would be like nobody would be even familiar with the crime scene. So they think he was like, little Easter eggs, but I haven't seen it. I don't think it's out there. So I would like to see that to see if is there really something similar, or is it just like is it reaching? You know what I'm saying? So they could say that and they're not lying, but they could be reaching. And if we would see the side by side, it might be like, oh, doesn't even look anything like, that's not familiar. I mean, that's not similar at all. You know what I'm saying? In reality, it wouldn't be them lying, but they just were seeing something different and kind of pushing whatever their perception. Thank you, Michelle. I know. I was thinking. I'm in so many Delphi groups, and I was thinking one of them would have, and I have yet to see it, but I haven't been able to go through all of them. I try to stay current with them, and then I'll try to go back and look at old stuff. But I'm in a lot of them, and there's a lot in them, so I haven't been able to go completely all the way back on them. But I would figure, I don't know if those would be that far back. What are you guys talking about? Mushrooms? What? I will. I'll get there. I'm gonna when I go to the things. I'll get there. Thanks. So we'll fact. I have it written down. Okay. So, Holder's Facebook. So we have Ryan Butcher affidavit. Ryan Butcher. He was the guy that wasn't he the guy that wait, was he the guy that found the Facebook stuff, right? Wasn't he the guy that um looked into Brad Holder? Remind me. I don't have to look. Forget who he was, but I think he was the guy that looked into Brad and is the one that told some of the law enforcement about Brad's Facebook and this, like, how he thought, there was something up with him, right? Isn't that who Ryan Butcher is? I think. Um, email from Greg, or email from Ferenczi and Liggett, video 2016 Odinism ceremony, which we saw that was that ceremony we watched. Photo of sticks forming an F. Brad Holder's got he's got photos of sticks forming all kinds of different runes. Oh, it does. Wonder why it's doing that. Hold on a second. Let me see. Let me see something. I don't know. I guess I am gonna need a new freaking. Hold on. Let me see something. If what I have audio echo cancellation. Maybe I should. What about if I turn? Ooh, what's this? Let me turn this on. What is there any difference now? All right, I'll see. I don't know. All right, that was weird. It's still going in and out. No, I know it's on everybody's end, Steve. I know. I'm trying to figure out why. I'm trying to fix it, but I don't know. Oh, you're responding to Michelle. No, I know I've noticed it earlier. That's why I was like, man, it gets going in and out. I guess I am gonna need a new mic. Gosh darn it. Wait, can you hear me now? All right, hold on one second. I'm gonna have to leave and reset my whoa. Um do you guys see that? It keeps. Wait, what's it doing now? Oh my god. Do you guys see that flash? You're not seeing it, are you? Dude, it's flashing and it's showing me really quick. But hold on, I gotta go out and because it zoomed all the way out, so because I unplugged the mic. So just give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. All right, so I don't know. It is better. Maybe my plug was no, my plug was. I mean, when I took it out and in, it wasn't like it was sticking out or anything. But okay, I'm coming back. I just had to. I had to whatever. We are. I'm gonna go through some of the stuff. Hold on a second. I just had to make sure. It was just I don't like that. When it sounds bad, it bothers me. All right, so I think we're almost through all this. Oh no, wait. Okay, so now we have wait, the side by side of the F sticks and then that Goodfellas thing talking about moving bodies, friends help, whatever, move bodies. The testosterone and energy is through the roof. Post Elvis Field interview, October 18th, 2018. I'd love to see that. Then we have Holder and Elvis photos of brass knuckles, Holder and Elvis of single arrowhead. So they're saying that Elvis was mimicking Holder's posts. So yeah, knives and all this, trees, creeks, sticks, crosses, arrowheads. Interview of Joyce Moffett, which that's Elvis's sister that's still alive. That's the one we were reading, the one that was talking about. First of all, she was yelling at people like, quit picking on my brother, because people were going on his Facebook. And then remember we were reading on her back and forth with Elvis and her mad because Elvis left. So Elvis was living with her when it happened. And supposedly he tried to give her, remember, he tried to give her a blue coat. He told her about, so there's Mary Jacobs, I think is the one that died, his sister, and then her told them about spitting on Abby, giving her antlers, freaking, so Mary's the one that took the polygraph, and she's the one that died. Now, Joyce, I don't think Joyce took a polygraph, it doesn't say, but both sisters say Elvis is telling them this. I can't get that out of my head. Like, how did he know this stuff about the crime scene? You know? Both sisters say that. And when Joyce is yelling at everybody to quit picking on her brother, not once does she deny any of it. And not once does Elvis, when he's denying things, he doesn't even answer any of the important questions. So people are coming at him and asking, you know, why did you spit on him? Why did you do this? And the only thing he says is, oh, I didn't have a car, or I didn't drive, or he was answering questions that weren't even important. And then same with Joyce. So it's like, Joyce, if you're trying to stick up for your brother and that you didn't say that and he didn't tell you that, you would think her first thing would be like, that memorandum is crap because I never told cops that. And Elvis never told me that stuff. But no, not once does she ever say that, which was very suspicious. I mean, because I think he did tell her that, and she did tell law enforcement that. But how did he know that? And why? I mean, like, how could he possibly know that? The only other option is, if he's not involved, the only other option is he just happened to be walking there that night. I'm talking about the 13th night, maybe. He was in the area. He saw the bodies. Maybe spit on one of them, put the antlers, and then left, and he wasn't the one that killed him? Or saw the antler, you know what I'm saying? Saw this crime scene and then didn't say anything and left? Or he was involved. I mean, how else or he's psychic, or you know what I'm saying? He has some powers that he's able to freaking know stuff where he's not there. I can't figure this out. That part is just, the Elvis is the biggest mystery, I think, of them all, because that's the one that's the most convincing, because you have two sisters, one that freaking passes a polygraph. Both sisters say that. So not just one person, both sisters. And it's not that one sister says the other sister told her. It's both sisters say Elvis told them. Yeah, he knew too many specific things. Anyway, so we have the interview with her, which I love to see that. And then you have FBI report. You have Johnny Messer information PowerPoint. Ex-girlfriend Johnny attempted to recruit others. So, and then of course we're going to go through some of the specifics again about, you know, the ex-girlfriend that also said, well, we'll go through that. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat everything. Okay. So yeah, so he attempted to recruit others. Johnny Messer's the one that said, that Brad said was like the low, what do you say, the low key or whatever. He would be the one that would be the type to kill people, sacrifice people, child killing. You know what I'm saying? Remember the interview that Brad did? I guess he put Johnny Messer like lower than him. Like, oh yeah, he would be the type to do that. And because remember, Johnny Messer was the one where I don't know if you guys watched Patrick's interview, but he said that I don't know if it was his ex-girlfriend. I thought he said it was his wife. No, maybe it was just his girlfriend. I don't know if he was married to her. But he said that she would carry, listen to this, she had pill bottles of bugs, he said. He said one day they were like somewhere eating in a restaurant, I think, and she whips out all these pill bottles. He's like, what the heck? You know, thinking there's pills. And she's like, oh no, there's bugs in them, like bed bugs, whatever, different bugs that they basically, if they were staying in a hotel or whatever, they put like a bed bug laying there, get a free room. Put like a bug in their food to get free food and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you guys gotta watch those interviews. You know what? I was thinking about doing clips of the highlights from the interviews and playing it. But then I keep thinking, oh, everybody's probably seen them by now, but maybe not. Yes. This was Johnny Messer's girlfriend. And so I guess they said they took Johnny out because he was a Vinlander, you know. Well, he was on the, there's like this probationary period or whatever they call it. I don't think it was called probation, but anyway, they basically watch you and like look into you and do a background check and everything for like a couple years. You're on like where they really like look into you to make sure, because it's like this big thing to join. Like they really vet their people. So I guess he like pulls Johnny out and he's like, dude, you got to get rid of her. Like, this is not a good look for us. Like, this is not how we, you know, this is not how we present ourselves. You can't, no, like, you got to get rid of her. But anyway, Brad says he ends up pulling Messer's badge. He gets kicked out of the Vinlanders. He's like, no, they're freaking, if you remember, Johnny Messer's one of the ones that had, he had a counterfeit. And Brad actually confirms that, how even like counterfeit money and stuff, because there's a charge when I was looking up their backgrounds that he has a counterfeit charge, because they just try to rip off, you know. Shows you, look, his girlfriend getting free rooms, free food by putting bugs. Anyway, so you got Teresa Liebert. She's the one that saw that one that supposedly people think could be Elvis, that she saw that morning out by the mailbox. Pull up, they see him, and then they say he tries to like kind of almost like hide, and then he leaves, he runs away or whatever, he disappears. And they said like the area leads back to the Delphi, the bridge, basically. If you would go back through, you know, where she thinks he probably disappeared to. So yeah, I don't know. Was that Elvis she saw? I don't know. Because she's the one that lives in the area. Then you have Liggett's report, FBI interview, 3/7. You got more Brad Holder, more Facebook photos, sticks, trees, tree scenery, all that stuff. Fields interview, Elvis Fields interview, Johnny Messer interview. Elvis Fields interview. So we have a few Elvis Fields interviews. I'd love to see those. Mary Jacobs polygraph exam. Facebook photo. Photo from crime scene antlers. Patrick Westfall. So we have the cutting the tree. We have Rob Abrams video 1, video 2, video 3. So that's the one that supposedly was trying to give Elvis an alibi, but they gave each other wrong alibis. Rod said, "Oh yeah, we were at a friend. We were visiting a friend in Muncie or whatever. Visiting a friend in the hospital." And then Elvis says he was home all day. So their freaking alibis contradicted each other. I was like, it's just stupid. I mean, it just shows you they're lying, you know? They weren't at the friend. So they said, well, why his phone, because Elvis had a phone. Oh, his phone doesn't show that he's at the hospital visiting a friend. And Rod's like, oh no, because he didn't take his phone because you don't get service here or whatever. Because it was there all day where Elvis lived, and Elvis says that he was home all day. So then you have Betsy Blair facial identification, sketch 2, Betsy Blair interview, which I'd love to see that interview even to see if it matches up with the freaking PCA, which I don't think it will for some reason. Affidavit of search warrant, Doug Carter press conference, video Richard Allen interview. Love to see that, man. Dang. We haven't even seen like anything of Richard Allen. The most we have is a couple little audio clips of him when you don't even freaking see his face. You just hear him. Those ones I did the video, the vocal comparison, because we only have a couple where Kathy's filming. You hear such minimal stuff of him talking, and then there's a couple videos, you know, like I said, of him at the bar playing pool, but to actually see how he acts when the interview, just to see, like I hope we get a chance to see that. I'm sure in the trial we'll for sure get to see that one, hopefully. Then you have Kathy interview transcript. Betsy Blair sketch of vehicle, photo of Ford Focus similar to the one owned by Richard. Sarah Carbaugh interview. I'd like to see that. Photo interlocking triangles. Max Baker affidavit. Sergeant Robinson Facebook post of altar. Screenshot of Sergeant Jones liking Sergeant Robinson's altar post. Facebook post of altar. Richard Allen's still shot taken from video that Westville produced. Sergeant Jones Facebook photo with interlocking triangles. Dan Doolin report. I checked my audio recordings and cannot find one for him. Teresa Lieber affidavit. List of depositions. You have Holman, Liggett, Purdy, Lesenby, Murphy, Winters, and undercover trooper. So, and that's all the exhibits that were included in the memorandum. So that's just in the memorandum. And then I have screenshots of different highlighted parts from the 136 page thing that I want to go through that I thought were important, but let's go through these shorter ones first real quick. Because these just are a few pages, and then we'll go through. Hold on, this one is... So this is motion for leave of court to subpoena third-party records. So McClelland, prosecuting attorney. Westville, to produce to the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office any and all medical records for Richard associated with his stay at the inmate while working at... Hold on. Wait, I forget what. Okay, yeah, let's read this though. It'll give a little thing. So this is, while working the Delphi investigation, Carroll County Sheriff's Department Detective Tony Liggett developed information that Richard Allen was involved in the murders of Victim 1 and Victim 2. On February 14th, 2017, Victim 1 and Victim 2 were found deceased in the woods approximately 0.2 miles northeast of Monon High Bridge in the Carroll County. Their bodies were located on the north side of the Deer Creek. At the time, the Monon High Bridge trail was approximately 1 mile gravel trail terminating at the Monon High Bridge. The Monon High Bridge is an abandoned railroad trestle approximately 0.25 miles long, spanning the Deer Creek and Deer Creek Valley on the southeast end of the trail, approximately 0.7 miles northwest of the trail from the north. I'm not going to read all this. Hold on a second. Yeah, no, that's just, I'm not going to read that. Okay, let's do this objection. Actually, no, I want to do the memorandum stuff first. That's what. Okay, so I want to look up yellow rope real quick. And then I'll do the ones that I have highlighted. Hold on. Okay, so yellow rope. In crime scene photo, a yellow rope can be viewed. This photo is attached and marked as Exhibit 28. Okay, so does that have something? That's all. There's just one yellow rope. I mean, is there anything? So what does that even mean? I don't know. All right, hold on. Let me bring up. I like just screenshot the ones. Hold on a second. That I wanted to go through from that memorandum. Okay. All right, I just wanted to go through some of the highlighted, just the, that's backwards. Start from down here. All right. Why is that not? This is so big on my screen, but I look at it on what it looks like for you guys, and it doesn't seem big at all. Okay, so after reading, I'm just skipping around. I just highlighted things I wanted to point out. So this is page 5 of the memorandum. But okay, so after reading Richard Allen's probable cause affidavit, this is the stuff about Click that I wanted to point out, because remember, Click came out and wrote a post or a statement to Murder Sheets. I think it was to the Murder Sheets. I think it was specifically to them, but and basically saying how, well, hold on a second, let me pull that up, so then when we read about the Click stuff, you'll kind of, hold on a second, I had it up earlier when I was comparing it, but I think here it is. Okay. So here is what Click wrote real quick, and then we'll read some of his stuff. So Todd Click, there are 2 things that I would like to clear up immediately. Detective Ferenczi and Detective Murphy were not Rushville cops. Detective Ferenczi was a detective from the Terre Haute Police Department who was assigned to the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. Detective Murphy was an Indiana State Police detective who was also assigned to the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. So the FBI associated with the investigation until at least July 2021. No one in law enforcement believes Abby and Libby were killed in a ritual sacrifice. That is the defense twisting facts for sensationalism. You can quote me on those two items. Okay, so let's go through this now. It makes me mad, though, because reading this and then seeing that he wrote that, it's like, what? So, yeah. So after reading Richard Allen's probable cause affidavit, Click became concerned that the information contained in Richard Allen's affidavit pointing the finger at Richard Allen was far less compelling than the totality of the information that Detective Ferenczi, Detective Murphy, and Officer Click had accumulated during the Rushville portion of the investigation. The information that Murphy, Ferenczi, and Click had gathered during their investigation connected men who practiced Odinism in or near Delphi with another group of men who lived in Rushville, and then connected both groups of men to the murders. Click was concerned that for some reason the leadership of the investigative team had failed to share with Prosecutor McClelland the evidence that gathered by Click, Ferenczi, and Murphy. So he's all concerned that they forgot. Or they failed to share. Click's concerns led him to seek out a lawyer to assist him in the drafting of a letter. This letter was then sent to McClelland. McClelland's the prosecutor, okay? There can be no mistaking that this letter is exculpatory in nature and could have been used by the defense as it is prepared for upcoming depositions. However, it is apparent that McClelland only offered up the letter after it was obvious that the defense team would soon be learning of the letter's existence. In other words, the defense team would obviously be meeting with or deposing Click in the next few weeks. At that time, Click most certainly would then reveal to the defense that in April 2023, he, Click, had sent a letter containing exculpatory information to McClelland. Click was so determined to ensure his information was consumed by McClelland that he directed the information directly to McClelland via certified mail. Oh, it was Misbehaved? Oh, Misbehaved, are you coming on? I was just talking about you earlier. I was like, I haven't heard from her. Do you think it has some kind of importance? I mean, it's just random, you think? So not only did the prosecution withhold that letter from the defense, but law enforcement also withheld several exculpatory pieces of evidence, including an 85-page compilation of reports by Click prepared in 2019 and several videos containing statements that support the defense theory of Richard Allen's innocence. Sorry, I just read that because I was now preoccupied thinking about something else. So what did I just read here? Withhold that letter from the defense. Okay. This 85-page report detailed the investigative work performed by Click, Ferenczi, Murphy, and others, including the FBI. Oh, I went the wrong way. Wait a minute. Yeah. According to the summary of Click's investigation that he attached with this letter, the BAU of the FBI determined that the individual responsible for the homicides were involved in Nordic beliefs. So that the BAU, the Behavioral Analysis Unit of the FBI determined that. That's kind of interesting, right? So upon directing a letter to Mr. McClelland, I heard so this is Click right here, right? Click hopes were dash. Paragraph 17 of Click's affidavit. Okay, so here's one of the paragraphs. Upon directing a letter to Mr. McClelland, I heard nothing from the prosecutor's office or any other members of Unified Command until I received phone calls on August 23rd and August 25th, 2023. Hold on. Which involved brief discussions regarding scheduling.
During these phone calls, it was requested that I meet with Trooper Holman during the week of September 4th, 2023. I was informed that the law enforcement officials intended to sit down with me and discuss with me the reason why Richard Allen was responsible for these crimes. I was told that he, Jerry Holman, wanted to put my mind at ease. However, during the meeting with Detective Holman and a second detective whose name I'm unfamiliar with, there was no discussions or offerings as to why they believed Richard Allen was guilty of the charged crimes. I believe the interview was an attempt by them to clean up their loose ends, knowing that they had given very little, if any, attention to the investigative efforts of myself, Detective Ferenczi, and Detective Murphy. Now, what made him change? Like, do you think he was threatened or something for Click to come out and say that statement? I mean, look, this doesn't go along with this stuff. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Oh my god, that tastes so good. Is Vincina here? Huh. Okay. Not only did McClellan and the Unified Command withhold exculpatory evidence, Liggett also concealed damaging witness statements that devastate Liggett's timeline. A timeline Liggett needed to be true in order to place Richard Allen at the trail when Abby and Libby were abducted. Additionally, Liggett lied in his affidavit about the statements of another key witness, further devastating Liggett's timeline. Richard Allen has zero connections to any pagan cult or pagan cultists, and furthermore, no forensic evidence, such as DNA or electronic evidence, links Richard Allen to the girls or to the crime scene. He's a completely innocent man. Now, if this is true, this is huge too, because that means that the only evidence they probably do have is that gosh darn bullet. Because if they're saying, if this is accurate, which I'm sure up until at least, like the defense said, they were still, I think there's some things that they haven't been able to go through all of the discovery yet, but from probably what they went through, this was probably true. And I'm sure if there was something big, it would be something, highlighted in that stuff. So yeah, if I'm thinking that's accurate. So no forensic evidence such as DNA or electronic evidence links Richard to the girls. Dude, where is their case? That freaking stupid bullet? This is ridiculous. I feel like that they screwed it up, because if Richard is the guy, then they would have freaking saw that tip, saw that Dan Doolin would have not made that mistake, and they would have been able to talk to him early. There would have been, if Richard is the guy, there would have been a lot more evidence they could have found. Now it's just not enough. I'm sorry. Hey, Patronus, you're back. Wait, I was saying, what is your, who are you now? Those aren't pictures of you, are they? Are you dressed up for Halloween? Hey, see-through. Yeah, I see. Here's the thing that I think people, this is the problem, because there's probably most of Odinism is probably good, but it doesn't mean you can't get some bad eggs in there that take it to a whole new level. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like anything, you can. So think about like Mormons. You have Lori Vallow and now Ruby, Frankie. You know what I'm saying? They take it to a whole new level where they take that and then alter it into their own thing. So that doesn't mean just because most of it's based on goodness and not what, not human sacrifice, does not mean that there's not some bad ones that take it to mean a whole new different meaning and do other stuff with it. You know what I'm saying? So I believe what you're saying, but it still doesn't mean that there wasn't a bad group of people that are making their own meaning out of it, doing stupid stuff, evil stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Kayla, what's up? She's rude. Hey, Miracle Hearts. Anyway, where are we at here? Okay, Brad Holder was cleared as a suspect quickly on March 16th, 2017. Says Liggett made that determination a mere 15 days after the girls were murdered, but by March 16th, Unified Command member Kevin wrote that Brad Holder has been cleared. So it was written in the documents, he's been cleared. So any new people that take on the case, they look at it and they're like, oh, he's cleared, and then just let it go. A simple review of Brad Holder's Facebook page would show that Brad, was a proud Odinite that had an absolute obsession and fascination with runes. Police knew or had to know that runes had been left at the crime scene. Additionally, Unified Command had already cleared Holder as a suspect in spite of the fact that runes found on Brad Holder's Facebook pages mimicked runes found at the crime scene that had not been released to the public. Having somehow learned that Brad Holder's son Logan had dated Abby, Mr. Boucher began reviewing Brad Holder's social media history. One of the images Boucher viewed on Brad's social media account was an image of two women either dead or posed as if they were dead on the ground in what appeared to be a forest. Both women had tree limbs and sticks arranged on their bodies. See, this is the one that I'd love to see this, just to see if, I mean, obviously it existed. It's just he took it down off his Facebook, and I don't know. We got to find it somewhere. It's got to be somewhere. But that's interesting. I mean, so one of the women had her arm stretched out above her head, similar to the way that Libby's arm was stretched above her head. Both women were clothed, and the stick and tree branch formations on these girls were different than the stick and tree branch formations of Abby and Libby. But otherwise, it bore a very eerie similarity to the murder scene in Delphi. The court will learn in the body of this memorandum that Holder was connected to the crime scene, and to the other women who had confessed to the crime. Or men. Did I say women? I think I said women. I meant men. Hold on one second. All right. Oh, that went backwards. I keep going backwards. Hold on a second. Do I really have to go from here, I guess? Let me make sure. Yeah. Okay, so Unified Command's failure to vigorously pursue the obvious links between the crime scene and Odinism is even more perplexing when evidence known to law enforcement demonstrated a clear nexus between Brad and at least 4 other suspects. Elvis from Rushville, Patrick Westfall from Delphi, Johnny Messer from Rushville, and Rod Abrams from Rushville. Hey, am I still going in and out, by the way? Did that fix it? Just be honest. I'll let it go, but I just need to know, because, hey, Spicy Lady, what's up? Said you should watch a video on extraction marks. Oh, send it to me, Alan. I still have to look that up. I just got, like I said, I've been getting into that other case that, no, we know he was supposedly at work, but shoot, I didn't include that in the highlighted stuff. If you go to the memorandum of it talks about that and why that could be maybe not. a good alibi. But I'm more convinced of Elvis for sure, maybe being there. I don't know about Brad, but Elvis, that's more convincing. So maybe it wasn't all of the guys. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, it is? Awesome. This must have been loose, I guess, but it didn't seem like it was. No, we won't, Ryan. I don't think we will now because of the new whoever his new defense is going to be. I don't know why. I just don't think they're going to go this route. But we'll see. Maybe they will. I know, Morningstar. That's true, Wolfpack. Yeah, that's true. Anyway, so it says Unified Command was aware that Elvis confessed to his sister that Elvis was involved in the murders, even providing to his sister intimate crime scene details of which only those present at the crime scene would have familiarity. Additionally, Elvis Fields told his sister Mary on February 14th. So what time on February 14th? Because they were found, around noon on February 14th? So he told his sister Mary that he was present at the killings and that he, Elvis, now had a brother and was now part of a gang. In February 2018, Elvis had been questioned by law enforcement but denied involvement in the murders. However, after being dropped off at his trailer following the questioning, Elvis turned around, walked back to the police car, and according to a police report, asked the state trooper if Elvis's spit is found on one of the girls, but he could explain it away. Would he still be in trouble? The state trooper that heard Elvis utter these words, Kevin Murphy, was not part of the Unified Command, but immediately relayed Elvis's disturbing question to Jay Harper of the Unified Command. Elvis also admitted to a different sister that he had in fact, Joyce, that he had in fact spit on one of the girls. Elvis told Joyce that he was on a trail and a bridge with two girls that were killed, and he was going away for a long time. Elvis's alibi for February 13th was probably flawed. State troopers who weren't part of the Unified Command determined that Elvis's roommate concocted a story concerning Elvis's whereabouts on February 13th. This roommate is Rod Abrams. Abrams told a story claiming on February 13th that he and Elvis and a man named Ned Smith were visiting a sick friend in Muncie. Unfortunately for Rod, this story conflicted with the story that Elvis told law enforcement as to his whereabouts on February 13th. On February 1st, 2018, Elvis's sister passed a polygraph. When asked if she were telling the truth about what Elvis had confessed to her. Unified Command failure to vigorously pursue the obvious links between the crime scene and Odinism is even more inexplicable when evidence known to law enforcement included information about another Odinite named Patrick Westfall, who was living in Delphi very close to the murder scene on February 13th, 2017. Odinites Patrick Westfall, Brad Holder were close friends as of late January 21st, 2017. However, that friendship ended very abruptly on February 2017. It resulted from a fight that occurred between Holder and Westfall in February 2017, where Holder, and Westfall were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something the other Oh, wait, I must have skipped one. Hold on. Other did not agree with. Oh, yeah, that's it. They did something the other did not agree with, and they no longer talk to each other. An intoxicated Brad Holder shared this disturbing information with his ex-wife, Amber. Amber then relayed this disturbing information to law enforcement who were not part of the Unified Command in 2019. These officers then relayed this disturbing information to Unified Command. Now, Brad's story is on his interview, which I am going to do that. I'm going to pick out some clips from that so we can go over it hopefully next time if I have time. But he says the fight that broke him up, I know I talked about this in the other lives, but if there's any new people listening. So he was interviewed, you know, in the last, what was this, a week or two ago, maybe, on a different channel, 2 interviews. So he said that the thing that broke him and Brad up, their friendship, they don't talk anymore. They're not friends. So that is correct. He said that he confronted him at his house in Delphi. He confronted him about, he heard that he was going to Christian church with his family every week. And Brad says that, no, you can't, you got to be all in. You can't dabble in different things. So he's like, sorry, you either are all in, the Asa true or whatever, you know, to be a Vinlander, you're either all in or you're all out. And Brad said, okay, I'm all out. That's Brad's story of why their friendship ended. So you believe what you want? I don't know. I don't really know what I believe. I'm almost thinking, I feel like when I listened to Brad, I believed it. I felt like I don't know, but I feel like I'm not good at that. I do fall for people, I think, too easily. But I feel like listening to his interviews, I felt like that he was telling the truth. I did feel that way, but it wasn't from anything like technical, or it was just from just watching and feeling. I didn't try to read body language or anything. I'm not very good at it. And I really have to pay attention to that. And I just kind of watched it just to watch it. And actually the first interview is just audio anyway. The second one is video. But you know what? I think even when I was listening to the second one, I wasn't really looking a lot of times. I think I was doing something else while I was listening to it. So I don't think I really looked the whole time, but I just kind of wanted just to listen. And I don't know. I was like, oh, it seems like he's telling the truth, but who freaking knows? I would like, I guess, somebody to do a body language on him analysis. But here's the thing, though. There's a part of me that almost thinks that, what if Elvis was... The Elvis thing I can't get out of my head because what he knew about it. So what if Elvis was involved with Johnny or something, or Rod, Johnny Messer and Rod, and maybe Brad and Patrick weren't even involved? Because remember, Patrick said Johnny Messer would be the type to kill people and to remember he talked about Loki or Loki. I don't know if he said Loki, how do you pronounce it? But it was he was describing the different type levels, and he said the bottom level Loki, that would be the type that would do sacrifices and stuff like that. And he labeled Messer as that. So what if it was a different group of them? Maybe Brad and Patrick weren't a part of it. I don't know. But just because I feel just by listening to him that I believed him, don't take my word for it, because I'm not the right person to. Yeah, I would need to listen to it again. I probably need to listen to it a couple times, which I'm going to now because I want to pick out some clips and actually listen to it more critical now. Because like I said, the first time I listened to it, I just kind of listened to it just to listen, But what did you guys, who else has heard that? And what did you guys feel for that? Oh, you do misbehave, Liggett? Yeah, how many have seen the Patrick Westphal interview? And here, I'm going to do a poll. And only answer this poll if you've seen it, okay? Because I want to get a good feel of what you guys felt. So if you didn't see the Patrick Westphal interviews, don't answer this. But let me do a poll for the people that did see it, because I'm curious how you guys felt. if you guys felt like you believed him or not. Misbehave, did you see his interviews? And what did you think of him? He just like seemed like the type that was just like very blunt and honest, but then maybe not, because maybe he's the type that's like very good at being dishonest. That, you know what I'm saying? There's those types that are very good at it because they do it all the time, that they come across very confident and like they're telling the truth because they do it often, that they could just pull it off better. You know what I'm saying? So maybe he's just really good at lying. I don't know. Hold on, let me do a poll. Yeah, so only answer that if you've seen it, so it doesn't mess up the poll. You did? Okay, Patty. No, I mean, I want to hear it. Yeah. There was a few things that I remember that it made me like, but it was overall, I felt like it was, I didn't. And I could be wrong. I want to listen to it again. But I remember there was a few things that made me be like, stop and re-listen, like, wait a minute, what? Why would he say that? So I should go through it again so then I could pick those things out and play those I'll play on any of the important clips for you. He actually met Brad, though. He goes on to the story how he met Brad. He met Brad in the Army or the military. What I forget what branch he was in. Where was it? The Marines? I don't know, but they served together. So he met him. Yeah, so he's known him for a minute there. Yeah. Yeah, I know. She starts that. I got to take that into consideration. Like, I feel like Brad talking about, and we're going to get to that, where he talks about how Brad's dangerous and, violent. And I think it's Johnny. Is it Johnny Messer's wife that also says that one of the girls, girls says that how does she word it? Like he's very dangerous. I forget how she words it, but so yeah, like somebody like that would be good at freaking deceiving people because they want to come across like they're a good guy, but yet if they're doing really bad stuff, they're probably not going to be honest about it. I don't know. Yeah, he probably. Yeah, there was some things where he acted like he didn't know some of the stuff. Those were thank you for reminding me. Those were some of the weird things too, where he'd be like, he would ask about something. He would act like he didn't know who that was or what that was, something about the case or something. And then you would be like, okay, if you're familiar with that, you're local, you're familiar with the case you're saying, and then you're acting like you don't know something like really common, well known. And then sometimes when they'd go on to explain it, he'd be like, you could tell like, oh yeah, he already knew that. So yeah, there were some things. You're right. Now that I'm thinking more about some of that stuff, maybe he wasn't as honest as the feeling you got from him. Because I think maybe he was just really good at coming across as like confident and like what's the word? Just like his demeanor and the way he presented himself, that it made you feel like he was being honest. But now when I'm thinking back, I think that was just, he's really good at that, huh? This is the memorandum, Patronus. Misbehave, do you want to come up let me read a couple more of these pages, but what did you want to talk about? Because I never did get to talk to you about it. I thought I didn't hear from you, so did I? No, because I've been looking at my phone. Yeah. You haven't texted. I don't know. All right, let me finish reading at least some of this here. I'm going to get to that part where they talk about Brad. Or not Brad, Patrick. Where are we at? Okay, so here is the 2019 Unified Command learned that in a totally different conversation with his ex-wife, Brad Holder pointed the finger away from himself and directly at Patrick Westfall as being the person actually responsible for the murders of Abby and Libby. According to police reports, Brad Holder told his ex-wife, Amber Holder, that Westfall and his people killed Abigail Williams and Liberty German, because one of their mothers was mixing with other people outside the mother's race. Furthermore, Unified Command was aware that Brad Holder had told Amber that I can only protect you so much if you keep asking questions. Brad further told his ex-wife Amber that Patrick had many people backing him up, and that Westfall also had powerful friends. Liggett knew of this information for more than 3 years before Liggett sought a search warrant for Richard Allen's house. Yet Liggett never shared the information with Judge Diener. Additionally, Westfall provided a very weak alibi as to his whereabouts on February 13th, 2017. So now they're saying that Westfall Patrick had a very weak alibi for that day. The defense is unaware of any search warrant that Liggett sought to enter Westfall's house, or whether a Unified Command instructed law enforcement to knock on a single neighbor's door to verify Westfall's alibi. Oh, he's saying he was at home. Sorry, I skipped that part. So his alibi, Westfall told law enforcement that he was at home the afternoon of Monday, but nobody could verify that. All right, Johnny Messer from Rushville. Johnny was a recruiter of the Odinites, and he denied that. He said, no, we don't recruit. He says, for Vinlanders, he says, they are very picky. They don't recruit. They don't go out looking. How do you word that? They don't go out looking. I think he said they come to us or something where they're very particular. They're very picky or very, trying to think the word he used, but yeah, he denied that Johnny was a recruiter. Messer didn't have very nice things to say about Messer. He didn't like him. He said he took his badge. He's not even a Vinlander anymore. Didn't have good things to say about him at all, about Messer. All right, so where are we at? Johnny was a recruiter for the Odinites and was also the connective tissue between the Odinites from the Delphi area, which is Brad and Patrick, and the suspects from Rushville, which is Elvis and Rod. Johnny Messer was friends with Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall, which he was. I mean, they knew each other. They hung out for a minute until I guess Patrick realized, yeah, no. Anyway, law enforcement also knew Messer was the acquaintance with Elvis and Rod. So there is a link between them because Messer knew Elvis and Rod, and Messer knew Patrick and Brad. Elvis and Brad followed each other on Facebook. Johnny's ex-girlfriend, Taylor Hornaday, told police that Johnny Messer and Patrick Westfall were like brothers. She also told police that she had allowed Johnny to borrow her car on or around Valentine's Day 2017, and that Johnny drove her car up there to hang with his Vinlander friends. When he returned her vehicle, it had dried blood over one side of it. Johnny Messer refused to discuss the details of how the blood got there. Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend further stated that it took her several car washes to finally remove the blood. So that's kind of interesting. I mean, why would she lie about that? I mean, these things are you wouldn't think somebody lied about them because it's it implicates people. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the things from the Saeed case where it's weird because Jay, I don't know. I want to talk about that whole thing because it's I don't know, I'm mixing that case. God, I really want to talk about that case. Anyway. Yeah, so I don't know why. It's like no reason for her to want to lie about it. It makes no sense. So Messer's ex-girlfriend also told law enforcement that Brad and Johnny were this is the thing I was talking about. They were two of the most violent people she knew and were fully capable of having been involved in the murders. But see, Patrick talks that Johnny is like that he is like violent and he would be the type to kill and sacrifice, people and kill people. So, oh no, it's Brad. I thought it was Patrick and Johnny. No, I misread that earlier. Brad and Johnny, they're saying. So now we know Patrick is known to be a pretty violent person. This Messer's girlfriend saying Brad and Johnny are two of the most violent people she knew. Wow. I don't know why, like from everything I've learned about Brad, I keep coming to the conclusion that Brad, it doesn't seem like a violent person. But, I misread that so many times that was saying Patrick and Johnny. Huh. All right. Well, she's saying Brad and Johnny. Wait, what's going on in chat? Let's see. Let me check in my chat. Who's trying to pawn their kitty? First, Elvis says that he was there when the girls were killed, and then Brad told his wife Amber that Patrick killed the girls. I'm not convinced it was Richard. Yeah, me either. What do you think, Misbehaved? I don't even know what. All I know is what you think about the crime scene photos, but what do you think about who did it? I haven't talked to you in forever about this case since this new stuff came out. Oh, you see it? You might have still left. I don't see you in the comments anymore. Well, let me know. Text me if you want. All right, so right where are we at? Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend further stated that a motive for their involvement in the murder of Abby and Libby might be the concept of blood in and blood out, which means social acceptance in their secret circles. All this information was relayed to Liggett in the Unified Command team. So remember, she would know probably some of the stuff about it. So she knows this blood in and blood out, that maybe she knows that they have done things like that. Killed people for acceptance. I don't know. Into their secret circles. Additionally, Unified Command learned that Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend had been listening to and recording Johnny Messer's phone calls. Police secured the phone and listened to 3 phone calls involving Johnny. In 2 of the phone calls, Messer was offering money to other people to find someone so they could be injured or killed. So what, for like some kind of sacrifice? I mean, why? Find who? Like a random person? Like someone to kill? Like for what? The 3rd call involves Messer bragging about holding a subject hostage and shooting them at his house. Essentially, Unified Command said nothing to see here regarding Johnny Messer and issued no search warrants for his home. Okay, so remember, I'm just skipping around to like highlighted things that I wanted to point out. So would you like, so some stuff I skipped. Richard Allen has been monitored, intimidated, and mentally abused by correctional officers who are also members of the Odinite cult. 2 of those correctional officers are named Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones. These Westville correction officers boldly wore patches on their Department of Correction uniform that proclaimed, "In Odin we trust," along with another patch displaying symbols of Odinism, interlocking triangles. Both Odinite correction officers, Robinson and Jones, also display images of runes and other Odinite symbols on their Facebook pages. As recently as June 25th, 2023, for example, Odinite Sergeant Robinson openly displayed a photograph of his Odinite altar on his Facebook page. A similar altar can be found on the Facebook page of Brad Holder. Beginning at least on April 3rd, 2023, Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson wore their Odin patches when the defense team visited Richard Allen. However, Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones' brazen display of their Odinite patches came to an end on August 17th, 2023. What changed and why? Suddenly, did they no longer display their Odinite patches beginning on August 17th? Visit between Richard and his defense team. Here is your possible answer. It was not until August 10th, deposition of Trooper Holman, that Richard Allen's defense team finally revealed to the prosecutor and to the Unified Command that for many months, Richard Allen's defense team had been fully aware of the strong evidence linking Odinism to the murders. Sergeant Robinson was no longer wearing his Odin patch. It was almost as if someone had alerted Odinite Robinson that the gig was up because the lawyer knew about the links to Odinism, so lose the patch and pray that the defense attorneys had never noticed the patches on prior visits. Now, I am going to switch, we'll go back to this, but I want to, hold on, let me see where I left off. Go to them, that document talking about them basically admitting somewhat to the patches. They kind of underplay, I feel like, downplay. 21. So you could downplay of what that's about, because we've all seen the screenshots, right, of them. Hold on. Let me go to their affidavits. So each of them have an affidavit of okay. Yeah, we have the warden. We already went to the exhibits. Hold on, let me bring them all up real quick. First of all, I should show you the screenshots, and then we'll read what they say. Hold on a second. I have so many freaking... Hold on a second. Gotta remember which one this is in. Red holder. Well, 1 second. Let me just find them so we can show. Oh, here's some of them, but there's a couple more I wanted to show here. Oh, that's just the one. Hold on, that's not the one. It's right here. This is Robinson at this. This is one of the things he had on his page. It's the same type of stuff, like the horn, the antler, the sledgehammer thingy. Okay, this is another one. It's got this. That's him back there, and it's got that. And then you could see the runes, it looks like to me, and then I don't know what that is, but this looks like the runes. Look, see that F1 and different runes. A tattoo, it looks like. Oh shoot, hold on. There's more. There's the one with Jones I wanted to show. I gotta find where I have it. Hold on. So then when we read through their affidavits, you kind of have something to see. Hold on. There it is. Wait, which one is this? No, that's Brad's. Okay. Jones. So here's the other correctional officer. You got the 3 interlocking triangles that they were talking about. October 16th, 2021. July 2021. Lifting some weights, but there was some, you know, shows them Westville Correctional Facility. Robinson. Hold on a second. There's one more. Oh, look, the tattoo too. But I know people get tattoos of. But what is that? He's got the horns. Is that a Norse type symbolism? Or doesn't it look like the I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend I know all the different things. But yeah. I know they were talking about the 3 interlocking triangles and stuff. But okay. So now let's look at their affidavit. Each of them, there's 3 of them. They're really short though. So we have the first one is John Gallipew, the acting warden of Westville Correctional Facility, which is a part of the Indiana Department of Corrections, affirms and swears to the following: that defendant Richard Allen is housed in the Westville Correctional Facility in the segregation unit. Defendant is housed in that unit for his protection. Here, let me make this a little bit bigger. That's that the cell that the defendant is housed in is a 12 by 8 cell, which is the standard size cell in that facility. The correctional officers guarding the defendant are assigned to that unit by myself in command. The correctional officers at Westville Correctional Facility were allowed to wear any patches on their vest until the allegations made by the defense and their motion. That Westville, but according to the memorandum, before the memorandum came out, they were already not wearing the patches. So I don't know. That's anyway. According to them, right? So okay, so that Westville Correctional Facility offers religious services if there are at least 5 individuals that practice the religion in the complex. And to date, we have not had more than 5 individuals in the complex request to hold services related to Odinism. That the defendant is on the video while he is in his cell and when he is moved from his cell. So he's on video, so they have proof, I guess they're saying, of everything. That the defendant is monitored by at least 3 correctional officers at all times. That Sergeant Randy Jones and Sergeant Joshua Robinson were never placed on duty at the cell door to act as a unaliving companion of the defendant one-on-one. That I have never received any reports that Sergeant Randy Jones and Sergeant Robinson have mistreated the defendant. That no one in the facility has ever been ordered by command to threaten, harass, or put the defendant in danger. That the defendant is housed by himself and does not have any direct contact with other inmates. That I do not have an agenda or a vested interest in keeping the defendant incarcerated in a facility that is ripe with connections to Odinism. That Westville Correctional Facility has very few inmates that practice Odinism. That none of those inmates are housed with or next to the defendant. Okay, so that's his. And then you have, this is Jones, Randy Jones's affidavit. Wait, what are you saying? Wait, I don't get the, what are you saying? K-bar, Brian Covert, KBBK, isn't it? All right. What is KBBK? What? Why am I not following? Thor. Yeah, it might be. I don't know. All right. Oh, good night, Morning Star. Wait, examples the defense showed said, I hate people. Huh, that's interesting. All right. All right, let's read this. Is anybody even listening? I'm looking at chat and you guys are all talking about something totally different. Oh, it's just Peyton usually. It's the one sidetracking everybody, huh? I feel like you're always just not talking about what we're talking about. Is Misbehave still here? What's up, Patty? Okay, so looks like Vicky White too. Man, I'm getting a headache. Wonder if it's this drink, but it tastes so good. Okay. Gosh, it's so good, but I'm afraid because I shouldn't be taking that with my warfarin. It's got stuff in it that can alter. Anyway. Yeah, it's giving me a headache. Okay, so Sergeant Randy Jones swears to the following. I am a correction officer at Westville Correctional Facility. I have been assigned to WCU unit of Westville since December 11th, 2022. Currently assigned to B-Pod. I have been an acting supervisor in A-Pod, where the defendant is housed, since late February, early March 2023. That I do not practice Odinism and that Norse paganism heathenry is my practicing religion. That I do wear patches on my uniform that identify me as someone who practices Norse paganism heathenry. But isn't it all the same? I know it's not all the same, but when we're talking about runes and stuff, doesn't the runes go with that too, though? Like, isn't it? Like, I know there'll be differences, but when it comes down to the basic stuff, wouldn't it all kind of be the same anyway, right? I don't know. Wait, let me see if runes are just exclusive to Odinism, or do they also go with the... Hold on. Does anybody know? I feel like it all kind of could be, have a lot of similar stuff, right? Yeah, the runes hold great spiritual significance in Norse paganism. So it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's all kind of, when it comes down to that, it would all match. That's what I was saying. It could be, those runes could match like different type of branches of it, or I know I'm sounding ignorant, but it could go along with. Let me see what you guys are saying. Yeah, I know. Okay, so yeah, it says, though, I looked up Norse paganism, and it says the runes hold great spiritual significance in Norse paganism. It said that Odin learned the secrets. So Odin is a part of the Norse. So it's the same difference. Just because you don't call it Odinism, you guys are worshiping the same thing, it sounds like. Odin learned the secrets of runic writing after he hung himself from the cosmic tree. This is under the Norse paganism. So impaled with a spear for 9 days and nights, a sacrifice to himself. Oh, a sacrifice of himself to himself. They often find their way in Norse pagan practice for this reason. So you're not even you're arguing the same thing, buddy. Anyway, I started wearing the patches 6 or 7 months ago, and I did not stop wearing my patches until September 22nd, 2023, when ordered by my command to remove the patches. That the patches do not represent racism or hatred for anyone. That I am not part of a cult, that I'm not part of a radical hate group. But remember, Patrick says the same thing. It's not a cult, it's not a hate group, but yet, here's the thing. He says it's not a racist thing, but then when you go into the specifics, and he started asking him questions about the specifics of the group, it sounds racist to me. Now, he didn't necessarily agree or admit to, like, acting out on that, but the fact that you are one race and no other race is allowed in there, it sounds like that would be kind of racist. You know what I'm saying? So, it's like you say, just because you say something, oh no, we're not that, and then the specifics of it is that, like, how, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean that you're not that just because you're saying that. If you look at what it's about and how it operates and all the rules, and it points to that, just because you say it's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's saying the same thing, but so did Patrick. And looking into it and asking specific questions, it does lead back to more like that kind of a thing. Am I making any sense? I can't, sometimes I just can't put my thoughts to words very good, but that's why we do need to watch some of that Patrick Westphal stuff together. So I'm making more sense. Hopefully I'll make more sense if you guys could understand like his answers and what I'm talking about. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. Good point, Olafide. But here, they actually, I think they explain that in a way of, hold on, let's read the rest of this. But no, I do agree with what you said, though. All right, so I'm not a part of a radical hate group. The patches show my dedication to my faith and to my country. That the defendant is filmed with a handheld camera when he is moved from the cell for his safety. That I interacted with the defendant when I was in charge of holding the handheld camera to film his movements when he is moved from cell to another area within the facility. That I was assigned periodically to check on the defendant at his door with his 15-minute checks implemented by his mental health plan. That during the door checks, I would walk to the defendant's cell, make sure he's okay, and not at risk of self-harm, and then walk away. I never threatened the defendant. I never had one-on-one conversation with the defendant about Odinism. I do not know anything about the practice of Odinism. I have never had a one-on-one conversation with the defendant where I tried to influence him in any way. I have gone above and beyond to not use any kind of force on the defendant, even though there have been times when use of force was justified by standard operating procedures. That there have been times that I have gone above and beyond in order to be gentler with the defendant to prevent him from getting tased. That the defendant was tased twice between May 9th, 2023 and May 25th, 2023. Wow, twice in a couple weeks, basically. Dang. Because we could not get him to comply with our orders. That I have never had an excessive force complaint filed against me while I have been employed at Westville Correctional Facility. That I have been employed with the department since April 4th, 2022. Oh, so you haven't had a complaint in a year? Like, what? Is that West? Am I looking at that right? Department of Corrections since April 2022, but how long has he been employed? Is he saying he's only been employed for that long? Because that's not that good of a track record if you already have, basically now you have a complaint and you've only been there a year? But I don't know if he means that he was in a different, if he's been employed by Westville Correctional Facility, but he was in a different department. I don't know, but it looks like, I don't know, I'm looking at it like he's only been there for about a year before he tased somebody, so I don't know. I thought he was going to be like, oh, and I've been there since like 2010 or 20, 20 years, and I've never had a complaint. Yeah, a year? Anyway, so you have that, and then let's do Robinson's. Here's Robinson's. So he's a correctional officer since October 17th, 2021, employed at Westville. Okay, so it is different. Oh, no. Westville, hold on. Westville Correctional Facility. What? Oh, he's a sergeant. Never mind. So he's been a sergeant since 2021, but he's been employed since 2016. Now, this is a different guy. This is Robinson. But hold on, let me see something real quick. Let me see when he said he started up here. No. Doesn't say like his one. Okay, never mind. Doesn't say. Okay, so. All right, so I'm assigned to WC Unit, Westville Correctional, A-Pod, but have been working B-Pod since spring 2022. The defendant is assigned to A-Pod. I do not practice Odinism. I do wear patches on my uniform that can be, but are not associated with Odinism. The patches pay the utmost respect to my religious higher power, the same way a Christian person would wear a cross. I am not part of a cult. I am not part of a radical hate group. I started wearing patches when the vests were issued to me and stopped wearing the patches September 19th, per the order of my commander. Wait a minute. In the memorandum, it says August 10th was the deposition where they were aware that the defense knew about the Odinism angle. And then they said the next visit that they went in to visit Richard Allen was August 17th and they didn't have their patches on. So who's lying? Because this is September 19th they quit wearing them. That'd be a whole month later. The defense is saying August 17th they did not have them on. I just caught that. So somebody's not telling the truth here. Huh. Anyway. The patches did not represent racism or hatred for anyone. I have never had any interaction with the defendant that was not recorded. I have never had any one-on-one interaction with the defendant where we were alone together. It would be impossible for me to have any one-on-one interaction with the defendant because policy mandates that every time you engage with a member of the unit, you must become accompanied by another officer. Man, guys, I'm getting the worst headache for some reason. Hold on. Dang it. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Okay, where are we at? Yeah, so it's possible to have one-on-one because anytime you're one-on-one, I don't even remember where he left off. He's saying it wouldn't be impossible for me to have any one-on-one with the interaction with the defendant because policy mandates that anytime you engage with a member of that unit, you must be accompanied by another officer. The defendant is on a security plan that mandates that at least 2 staff members and a video camera are present when interacting with the defendant. I have interacted with the defendant alongside Sergeant Jones, but that it is always video monitored. I have never threatened or harassed the defendant. I have never had one-on-one conversation with the defendant about Odinism. I never had one-on-one conversation with the defendant where I tried to influence him in any way. The only interactions I have had with the defendant are the ones that are required by my duties as a correctional officer. Any and every interaction that I have had with the defendant has been because I was ordered to do so by my command. Command has never ordered me to threaten, harass, or harm the defendant. When I do speak to the defendant, I give him basic commands as how to move while he is out of his cell. That all my interactions with the defendant have been documented on a video camera. I have always treated the defendant with a level of respect and professionalism. That the defense untruthfully targets me as a part of a cult, or the defense untruthfully targets me as a part of a cult. I am not familiar with the evidence involved in the defendant's case besides what I have seen in the public media. I have never had an excessive force complaint filed against me while I have been employed at Westville Correctional Facility. Okay, so that's that. Now let's go back to, where do I have this? Did it saved it? Cool. Man, I got the worst headache. Hold on, Missy just texted. Okay. Or unless you want to, Missy, right now I feel like I'm getting the worst headache, so I'll read my text and maybe we could plan something. I feel like I'm going to struggle to try to go through the rest of this. I don't know if it's because of this. I only drank like half. It's like half. Yeah, I would say it's about half. As much as I want to drink it all. Dang, my head. All right. So Sergeant Robinson, let's look. August 17th. So Richard Allen's defense team's next visit with Richard Allen at Westville. Oh, I thought I was sharing here. Following the August 10th deposition occurred 1 week later, August 17th. Curiously, or perhaps not so curiously, in those 7 days since the defense team revealed their knowledge that the evidence linked Odinists to the murders, for the first time, Sergeant Robinson was no longer wearing his Odin patch. It was almost as if someone had alerted Odinite Robinson that the gig was up because the lawyers knew about the links to Odinism. So lose the patch and pray that the defense attorneys had never noticed the patches. So Robinson, that was the last affidavit we read. He said, September 18th, I think? So why are they lying about the dates? I don't understand. Why would it have been a big deal if he just said August 17th or, sometime in August, my commander told me to stop wearing it. You know what I'm saying? Why did they say a month later when they were saying, no, August 17th, he did not have that patch on? I don't understand why that would hurt. Like, what would be the big deal of just saying August? Why did they have to say September? Because, it's obvious that they took it off because of what the defense said. They even said because the defense's accusations or whatever. So why couldn't they say, oh, they had the deposition once we realized, oh, wait a minute, because it wouldn't be enough. I think I might have figured out, because it wouldn't be enough just for them to realize the Odinite angle. They wanted to say it wasn't until after the memorandum came out, because that was when the accusations about them came out, maybe. So otherwise it'd be like, oh, just because we are aware that, that the law enforcement was looking into the, the Odinite angle, why would that freak you out to be like, oh, take off the patches? So maybe makes more sense for them to act like it was because, oh, all the accusations, the memorandum accusations, which would have been after August 10th. Do you see what I'm saying? You guys following that? So it does look a little bit more suspicious that they took them off just when there was nothing was even said of them. You know what I'm saying? It was just that they were aware that, ooh, there's other law enforcement in the past that were looking into this Odinite angle. I don't know. I believe that they didn't have them on August 17th. I think they're lying about September. I really do. Oh, you thought the same thing. Oh, dang. We were both thinking the same thing. Well, I'm always the type, I feel like I think we're both that same type where you just, don't want to mess. You don't want to, bug. So I'm like, well, I don't want to, if she doesn't want to do it, I don't want to, be like, hey. And you were probably singing the same thing. See, we have that same personality trait, I think, or it's probably why I barely ever get interviews, or because I don't want to bug people, so I have to be more persistent. That's funny. Me and Missy were both thinking the same thing, because she didn't contact me. I didn't contact her, so we both thought that we both didn't want to do it. Okay, well, next time, now I know that you're like... I'll make sure I say something. Anyway, I know. I guess it's not a very good trait. I know it's a good trait to have as a person, but for what I do, I think it hurts me to have that trait, because I can never, I never get people because I don't want to bug them. And even if somebody's like, yeah, I'll come on or something, if they're not, I don't know. It's just it's I'm just always too worried about like, oh, what if they really don't want to, or what if this is a bad time? I don't want to bother them, or yeah. Well, same thing, Missy. You could have bugged me then. But I guess it might be different because it's my channel, huh? Well, dang it. Okay. I don't know. I screwed it up then because yeah, because we really haven't talked much lately, though. But yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have felt. I don't know. I think just even after everything, it even makes me more like that because I feel like I'm going to be a lot like that in the future, especially like, let's say I'm doing a case and like I could have a possibility of maybe having a guest that is a family, or, you know, I would be scared to even do that because I'd be like, man, if they look up my name, they're going to be like, oh shit, they're, you know what I'm saying? They're going to see all this bad stuff. So I feel like I was already bad at it. Now I'm going to be very leery about it because I'm always thinking like, I'm going to be thinking like, oh, they're not going to want to, come on if they see, if they're like, oh, who's, okay, they want to have, oh, she wants to have me on her channel. Let me look into her channel, make sure it's a channel I you know, I should go on, and then they see all that crap on me. They're going to be like, oh, and then I would feel like, oh, shoot, they probably saw that. I don't want to like ask them. They probably don't want to come on. And then you know what I'm saying? Then if I ask them and then I don't want somebody to do something that they don't want to do, you know? So it's like, I feel like it's really I'm really not going to be able to do it now. Yeah, I know, actually. I know. I don't like that about me in a way though, because I feel like it's like, why do I have to feel that way? It does. It limits us. So let's try to all be a little bit more good, or more, what's the word for it? What's the opposite of that? Not persistent, because that's not, I mean, that could be, but that's not the good opposite of what I'm trying to think of. Well, I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue what I'm trying to think of. It is bad stuff, though. It sucks. But who is? World Series. I don't know who D-Box is. I don't even know. Yeah, and I've always been hard on myself, but now I'm like gonna be like extra. You know what I'm saying? All right. I will. All right. Dang, I hope my headache goes away. Hold on, let me see if I'm dehydrated or something. It always scares me because a lot of this stuff with this energy drink, it has stuff in it that can interact with the warfarin. So like I say, I always think like a headache. I'm always thinking, oh my God, my brain's bleeding. Because doctors, my first doctor that I had when I had my first pulmonary embolism, the doctor I had in the emergency room, I didn't have insurance, and she ended up taking me, and she was cool because she's like, a lot of doctors won't even take you without insurance. She had the emergency room, but she was going to see me afterwards in her office without me having insurance. And which I was and when I went into her office, they're like, oh, you don't have insurance? We can't take you. And I'm like, no. I saw Dr. Prosser in the emergency room. She said that she would take me. So she had to go back and ask, because they're like, we don't usually take people without insurance. Anyway, so she took me. But anyway, she's scared. Like, she was so strict. So she's like, because it was in Christmas that I got my first pulmonary. It was Christmas time, because actually I got out of the hospital Christmas Eve. I said I was going to be in there for Christmas, but I ended up getting out on Christmas Eve, so I was able to be at home for Christmas. So when I went out, my mom was like, well, ask if you could have like, you know, like just one drink for New Year's Eve or whatever. So I asked her, and I remember her like, no. No, you can't even have a drink, because you're like, alcohol is a natural blood thinner, and it could thin your blood so much that you bleed through your veins and die. That's what she told me. I learned later that people on blood thinner do drink. You just be careful, and sometimes let's say you drink all every weekend or whatever, it kind of gets into your whole INR plan, and but I'm not a regular drinker, but even once in a while. Anyway, it scared me so much about that. But I'm not a big drinker anyway. Now I don't drink anymore anyway, but that was way back. Anyway, so yeah. So it's that niacin vitamin. It's usually that, what is that stuff? I'm trying to find it. Ooh, this one might not have all that crap in it. Hold on a second. That weird herbal stuff is what usually messes with your, whatchamacallit, the INR, but I don't see it. Maybe there's not a lot on that. Hold on. Usually it's in there. Those weird, there's a few of them. I don't see any of them in here, though. That might be all right. Yeah, this one might be okay. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so where are we at? Odinism. So Sergeant Robinson was no longer wearing his Odin patch. It was almost if someone had alerted Odinite Robinson that the gig was up. And it says, so to lose the patch, pray that the defense attorneys had never noticed the patches on prior visits. So remember, back in August, they wouldn't have known that they noticed him because the memorandum wasn't out yet. So why would they have been paranoid to be ooh, lose the patches if they aren't hiding anything about Odinism? You know what I'm saying? If they weren't worried that there's something going on there that they're trying to hide. So I think that's why they put it off oh, September. This was after they accused us or whatever, right? That's what I'm thinking. You guys see what I'm saying? So yeah, I think it's a little suspicious how I think they lied about when they lost their patches. That's bullcrap. Anyway, the court will also learn that the body of this memorandum that Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson were seemingly always by Richard Allen's side during most, if not every visit. Normally, corrections officers, Robinson, Sergeant Jones were within earshot of every conversation between Richard and his attorneys and between Richard and his wife. Close enough that Richard would have to be worried about any conversation with his attorneys, with his wife being overheard by Sergeant Robinson or Sergeant Jones or other corrections officers, beginning on April 3rd, 2023, and for several visits thereafter. The correction officers even videotaped attorney visits between Richard and his defense team. So that's what they're talking about, oh, we videotaped it for his protection, so anytime he moved, we videotaped. So they're acting like it was just number one for his protection, and number two is when he moved out of his cell. But they're saying no, it was when they were there, which is they should have private meetings with his attorneys to prepare for the trial. That's a right that every defendant should get. So the fact that they're not getting privacy like that, that's bullcrap. Anyway, most of the time, if not every time, it was Sergeant Jones and Sergeant Robinson bringing the handheld camcorder to the visit. Corrections officers even required that Allen be positioned facing the window where the correction officer was videotaping the attorney visits with the handheld camcorder. Instead, a mentally defeated Richard would continually mutter to his defense team at every visit that these types of general questions: is my wife alive? Is my family alive? Is my wife safe? Is my family safe? At one such meeting with his attorneys, Richard Allen mumbled in a somewhat incoherent fashion that Odinites were threatening him. It'd be important to know that Richard Allen's defense team had never mentioned the word Odinites or Odinism, or informed Richard that the evidence suggests that Odinists murdered Abby and Libby, until August 25th. When his defense team, in the presence of his wife, who was visiting with Rick in the prison, first discovered the exculpatory Odin-related evidence to Rick. Rick's defense team felt that having him unaware would hopefully keep Rick a bit safer. So how freaking weird that he says before Richard was even aware of the Odinism, he says the Odinites were threatening him. I mean, if this stuff is true, this is messed up, dude. If this is true, which I don't see why it wouldn't be, I could see like exaggerations and like perceptions of things being a little bit like reaching or more seeing, more on one side or biased. But stuff like that would either he said it or it's a lie, which I don't see the attorneys flat out lying. So I feel like I see him exaggerating. I see him maybe reaching or looking at things differently, but for like a statement, no, I think he must have said that because that would be a lie if not. So that means he says the Odinites are threatening him? Like, what? Something is just not right with this case. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't know if Brad, I don't know why I think out of all of those guys that they named, and I know this doesn't go along because Brad is the connection to the girls because of Logan, but I feel like Brad seems the most harmless out of all of them. I'm not saying he's harmless, but he seems the least harmful, or however you want to word it. From like looking through all this stuff, it seems like he's the least violent or the least person that you would think. But what if it was one of those things where he was trying to fit in with this group of people? Maybe somehow they convinced him they're going to do something else with the girls or something, and it turned into something that he's the one that linked them to them for some reason. And then it turned into something he didn't realize. Whoa, they killed them. And then that's when he's like, oh, I'm out. Like, then that he left. And he's like, no, this is not what no, I'm out. And that's why he left, Or I was thinking, what if his son is dating Abby, right? Oh, no, never mind. That was Libby's mom that they said was dating outside the race. Never mind. That wouldn't work. I don't know. It's weird. B movie. Huh? Remember the feds were in the first place. Remember who was snitching. Now think of the Odinites would handle that. Wait, what do you mean, sick cunt? Yeah. All right, so let's finish this. The evidence will show that Liggett concealed facts concerning descriptions that key witness Betsy Blair made directly to Liggett face-to-face in 2019 concerning the person that Betsy, observed on the bridge and the vehicle that she observed at the CPS parking lot around 2:15. Liggett's timeline to work and to place Richard Allen on the Monon High Bridge at 2:13, the time of the famous Down the Hill video, Liggett desperately needed Betsy to describe a man on the bridge that looked like Richard Allen, and furthermore desperately needed Betsy to describe a car that she observed at the CPS parking lot at approximately 2:15 as looking like Richard Allen's black Ford Focus. Well, it's hard to say for some reason. The evidence will show that Liggett concealed from Judge Diener that Betsy described a man on the bridge that looked nothing like Richard and described a car at the CPS that looked nothing like Richard Allen's car, both in color and design. The evidence will show that Betsy provided these timeline-defeating descriptions directly to Liggett face-to-face 2 times in 2019, yet Liggett failed to inform Judge Diener of these descriptions, as well as to inform Diener of the fatal flaws that these missing descriptions created for the timeline. So this stuff bothers me too, that the witnesses' descriptions are all not accurate. That's why I want to see those freaking interviews so bad of them. Okay. Liggett needed Sarah Carbaugh to describe a man walking down the road wearing a blue jacket who had blood covering his clothing. However, in 2017, Sarah did not say these things. This did not prevent Liggett from affirming under oath that Sarah did say those things. In fact, what Sarah Carbaugh actually told Liggett in 2017 was that she observed a man walking down the road wearing a tan coat whose clothes were muddy. Nowhere did Carbaugh claim in 2017 that the man she observed was wearing a blue coat. Nowhere did Carbaugh claim in 2017 that the man she observed was wearing bloody clothes. Nowhere. This truth about what Sarah actually told Liggett in 2017 blows up Liggett's timeline, which is the likely reason Liggett failed to include this information in his affidavit. Additional evidence will be presented in the body of this memorandum. It should be noted that as the date of this memo, the defense had no photographs of the bullet allegedly found between the girls after it was removed from the ground. No photo or video, for example, shows the bullet as it were being pulled out of the ground. No photo or video of the bullet immediately after it was pulled from the ground. No video or photograph of all sides of the bullet immediately after it was pulled from the ground. No photographs of the bullet next to a measuring device to show its length. No photos that showed what bullet looked like once it was pulled out of the ground could provide proof that it is the same bullet that ended up in the evidence locker room. Shockingly, in his deposition, Sheriff Liggett admitted that he also has not seen any photographs of the purported bullet taken once the bullet was pulled from the ground. In other words, the only photos that the defense has found in the discovery it has received are the bullet still buried in the ground. At this time, the defense has no idea if photos of the bullet after removed from the ground even exist. The address where Westfall was living at the time, remember this jumps around because I just have certain highlighted things. So now we're going on to Westfall. So the address where Westfall was living at the time was 3.1 miles or roughly 7-minute drive to the cemetery, which is the closest entry point to where the girls were murdered. We know from Exhibit 37, Brad Holder admitted that Holder spent every weekend hanging out with his friend Patrick Westfall in Delphi and participated in true religious ceremonies on Sunday with Patrick Westfall. The girls were abducted on Monday. Patrick appeared to be no longer friends after February 13th, 2017. Amber Holder tells a second and equally disturbing story. When interviewed a second time, Amber discussed another conversation she had with Brad. She had gone to Brad Holder's house to visit him. While the children were upstairs, she inquired about Patrick Westfall, under the ruse that Amber's girlfriend had a date with Patrick. This is what is contained on page 10 of the Odin report. Brad became very nervous and told her that she needed to stay away from Westfall, or she would end up dead. She said that Brad told her Westfall and his crew was responsible for the murders of the girls in Delphi and a fire that killed 2 girls. Which the Flora fire killed 4 girls, so. Oh yeah, this says, I asked her if she knew of the fires in Flora that killed 4 girls, and she said she was not familiar with any fires that killed any children until Brad mentioned it today. Wait, what? Why did this? So I wonder if that's a miss thing. She said Brad may have been talking about that fire, but oh yeah, but had the number of killed wrong. On my back. She said Brad told her that Westfall and his crew had friends in several states and they have no problem killing race traders. I asked her to clarify race trader, and she said she believed it meant white people who mix with other races. Amber said that Brad told her that Westfall belonged to a group called the Vinlanders and 22. Brad told her that Westfall had many people backing him up and a powerful friends. She said that Brad was very nervous while telling her these things and was whispering like he was fearful someone would hear him. She said that throughout the conversation, Brad was constantly telling her to stay away from Westfall. He also told her that Patrick had killed a lot of people and it didn't matter if they were innocent or not. Amber truly believes Brad is scared of Westfall. Prior to Amber leaving, she said that Brad told her to stay off Westfall's radar. And I can only protect you so much if you keep asking questions. He also told her that if Westfall found out she was married to him, that she would be in danger. Brad also questioned her on why Westfall would be going on a date, that he was under the impression that Westfall was married or engaged to someone. Okay, so here's about another subject. So they're talking about this 2 sketches. So Holman cannot admit that the 2 images on Exhibit 42 look like one another. He is the same person that claimed that only minor differences exist between Sketch 1 and Sketch 2. As you will learn later in the memorandum, Sarah Cabral claims to have observed a man walking down the road with mud on his clothes around 3:57 p.m. on the day of the murders. The man she observed turned into Sketch 1, according to Holman. Sketch 1 is the killer, Richard Allen. You will also learn later in the memorandum that Betsy Blair observed a man on the High Bridge around 2 p.m. The man she observed turned into Sketch 2. According to Holman, this man is also the killer, Richard Allen. Later, you will learn that for Liggett and Holman's timeline to work, Sketch 1 and Sketch 2 need to represent the same exact person, Richard Allen. Sketch 1 is attached as Exhibit 105 and Sketch 2 is attached as Exhibit 103. We would ask you, Judge, to take those exhibits out and please look at them. Those 2 exhibits, according to Holman, are the same person, Richard Allen. They need to be the same person in order to support Holman's timeline. Yet Holman will not admit the obvious, that the men represented in these sketches look nothing alike each other. That's another weird thing. So do you understand? For the whole timeline to work, that has to be the same guy. So who Sarah saw has to be the person that Betsy saw for their timeline. It all has to be Richard. So both sketches have to be Richard, or the whole narrative falls apart. So, Alan, what do you think of that? You think it's the same guy? Oh, that's a good point. Misbehaved. Yeah. I want to talk to you about the leaked crime scene because I disagree on that. I was bringing that up later. That's what I really wanted to. Well, that won't take long to talk about. So that's why I want to discuss maybe some other things we could talk about. But I do want to pick your brain about that because that makes no sense to me. That they could be fake when the whole thing of the defense withdrawing is over those photos. They have to be real. Or why would they? You know what I'm saying? They were scared that. Like they thought withdrawing would be better than trying to deal with legally that they, you know what I'm saying? So that I feel like, and they know, they've seen the crime scene photos. So man, anyway, yeah, we'll talk about that though when we talk. Where are we at? I already read all that. Okay. So Lesenby stated that the Sketch 1 and Sketch 2 are in fact 2 different men. So he says they're 2 different men, which would then not go with their timeline. So here is a part. So this is Holder told Special Agent Robert Poole and Hammond, Police Sergeant Christopher Goatee the following. So this is what Holder is saying. He said, his son Logan, 16 years old, was a friend of Abby. On Monday the 13th, Holder received a text from Delphi Police Department asking Holder, to call back. Holder called the office back and had a short conversation stating that he had never met the girls. The state police asked if they could examine Logan Holder's phone, and while they were collecting the phone, they informed Logan and Brad that the girls were deceased. Holder stated that he visited Delphi every weekend to hang out with his friend Patrick Westfall. Westfall lived in Delphi and was a friend of Holder in the Army. Holder and Westfall served in the Afghanistan together. God, I can't talk, guys. When Holder would go to Westfall's house, he would bring his son Logan. Logan and Westfall's son would generally go to Canal Park and play basketball. Holder believed that this is when Logan would contact Abby. Holder never actually met Abby himself and believed that Logan only actually met her one time as they attended different schools. Holder knew Logan to communicate with her on the internet with his phone. Holder provided Westfall's phone number as he also stated that Westfall suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder and is on disability. Holder continued to state that he and Westfall started a tribe of Asatru followers. A tribe that him and Westfall started? Okay. Was described as warrior religion popular with members of the military. Holder, Westfall, and Westfall's girlfriend Rachel Miller host Asatru meetings every Sunday at Westfall's house. Holder stated that there were only 5 to 6 regular members that attend. Holder was asked where he was on Monday. He stated that he was at work driving machinery at Waste Management in Buffalo, Indiana, until he clocked out sometime between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. After work, he went to the gym, work out anytime, and Logansport. Okay, so that's where that comes from, where Patrick says that he thought that their whole relationship was online, Abby and Logan's, which I showed you that picture of Abby and Logan, so they obviously at least met once because there's a picture of them together. But now that makes sense. That's where that comes from, because Holder's saying they've only met maybe one time because most of it's online. So, but who knows? They might have met more than that, because the son might just not have been on it. You know what I'm saying? Might not have told him every time they met, because maybe they met more, when they went to that park. Who knows? All right. On April 14th, 2017, another tip came in claiming that Brad had changed his appearance following the girls' murders. This tipster further indicated that Holder even attended the girls' funeral, and that although he typically did not wear glasses, he was wearing glasses at the funeral. This unredacted report, identified as CJIS 262, is marked as Exhibit 88 and filed confidentially. Although other tip sheet reports exist that tell a similar... Sorry. Man, once you read so much, it does, just like your voice gets tired. Let me try this again. Although other tip sheet reports exist that tell a similar story, the defense offers up one last report related to Brad Holder. On August 14th, 2017, at 12:59 p.m., a woman contacted police. The report memorialized the tip as follows. 2 women posted to a Facebook group that Brad was responsible for the homicides. The tipster saw this post and told the police the contents of that post. The tipster went on to summarize what she read. Holder is a pagan, murdered the girls as sacrifices, and left an F on the victims' bodies. Now remember, this would be before anything was even known about anything about the scene. Now, we know there wasn't an F on the bodies, but there is an F on the tree with blood, which I know some people don't see an F. I see an F, but anyway, where are we at? Holden's son, Logan, is Abigail's ex-boyfriend. Obviously, the F left at the crime scene was not left on the girl's body, bodies, but rather on the tree, painted using Libby's blood. However, how would this information concerning the letter F have even been known for anyone to talk about? A curious person might ask, could it be that someone who participated in the murders had talked about the crime scene with someone, who then talked to someone else, slightly mixing up the facts as the story passed from person to person? Law enforcement should have viewed this tip as something extraordinarily important because it was a tip that provided secretive information about the crime scene not known by the public. Wasn't that the whole point of keeping everything so private? So nobody knew the specifics. But yet when people are coming out with specifics like Elvis or like this person that said Brad did it, you just let it go. What's the point of, you should have just told us everything, told the public, because you're not using the whole point of keeping everything so freaking secretive. Your whole point is so we know if the killer knows something that only we know and about the crime scene that nobody else knows, then we know, ooh, that they must be involved or know something or talk, you know what I'm saying? But yet you have Elvis and you have this, and you just, nope, no big deal. They're clear. No, we don't need to look into them anymore. Makes no freaking sense. I'm sorry. It makes me mad. Anyway, where are we at? Where are we at? So this information about an F being left at the scene was not only unavailable to the public, but there's no evidence that it was being discussed on the internet. This tipster could have been interviewed. The Facebook group members could have been interviewed. The state police or FBI tech people could have tracked down the people that posted this information to determine from where they received this F information. Continued investigation as to the source of the knowledge of the F discussed on the chat group could ultimately lead to someone who was at the crime scene and participated in the murders. That is what good law enforcement would do. The defense has marked an unredacted copy of report CGIS as Exhibit 89 and filed it as confidential. The law enforcement officers that initially evaluated the tip must have understood the importance of the mentioning of the letter F because conduct follow-up was the request made. However, the next person in the chain, Roland Purdy, upon reviewing the tip, simply followed the previous lead of Liggett and Hammond when it came to possibly further investigation of the tip generated from CGIS. Roland Purdy, in a report identified as in blah, 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 whatever, invest lead, called Brad Holder fully covered. Nothing further to do. Who were these people that somehow knew about the F at the crime scene, and how did they obtain that information? The world will never know because Trooper Purdy followed Liggett and Hammond's lead and buried that tip by claiming that Brad Holder had been cleared as a suspect. To conclude this section on evidence of Brad Holder's involvement, Richard Allen's defense team would tell the court that Liggett was aware of the many ways in which Holder was tied into the Delphi murders. Yet despite this evidence linking Brad Holder to the crime, this is the dialogue between Liggett, who was answering defense counsel's question at Liggett's August 8, 2023 deposition concerning what Liggett claims his knowledge of Brad Holder was. So somebody asks him, okay, so Brad Holder then. So was there any other reason that Brad Holder was a suspect, or at least a person of interest, other than the fact that his son, Logan, dated Abby? And Liggett says, I'm sure there was, but I don't recall without reviewing his information. And the person asks, nothing stands out to you as you sit there about why Brad Holder might have been a suspect? And Liggett says, no. And then they ask, other than the connection with his son and Abby, is that right? And Liggett says, correct. Oh, my lordy. Liggett was on the Unified Command. Liggett was heavily involved in the investigation of the murders. To feign ignorance like that concerning the Brad Holder component of the investigation is astounding. Now we're on to back to Elvis. So I know we've talked about Elvis a little bit in these documents already today. But okay, so Now we're talking about what else did Ferenczi, Click, and Murphy unearth in the investigation that would connect Elvis to the crime scene? The Odin report provides much of the connective tissue. I am now part of a gang and have a brother. So we know Elvis said that. On page 1 of the Odin report, Mary Jacobs told law enforcement that on February 14th, Elvis was 2017. So I don't know if this is before they found them, but think about that. They found them in the afternoon. I don't know when did they, Missy, do you know when was it all over the news about it? Was it right away? But I don't know. I don't know if it was in the morning. I mean, when did he tell them? I'm not sure. But so February 14th, he was rambling, hyper, and borderline incoherent. Elvis. He was talking about having a brother, even though Elvis had no male siblings and was now part of a gang. Elvis told Mary that he had been on a bridge with 2 girls that were killed. And think about this, though. Like, at least for sure the details about the guy on the bridge and little things that wouldn't have been known. Very little would have been known. Probably they just found them, right? They just found, that they probably, they found it. Even, wait a minute. We think about that. When we watched that first press conference, when they're all sitting down on February 14th, they couldn't even confirm it was them yet. Remember, they said, we can't confirm until they get the results or whatever. So when they're asking, was that Abby and Libby? Was that them? They couldn't even say for sure. They knew, I'm sure, but they couldn't like publicly say. Remember, we watched that together. So they wouldn't even say that was them that day. So come on, how he knew, like, first of all, he knows that it was the 2 on the bridge. Okay. Elvis told her that someone named Abigail was a pain in the ass and a troublemaker. She said Elvis tried to give her, it was Mary. Sorry, I thought it was Joyce that he gave the blue jacket to. So this was Mary. It was his sister. He tried to give Mary a blue jacket. She told him that she had her own jacket. Elvis made these statements to his sister, Mary. She later became aware of the Delphi murders and put 2 and 2 together. Sometime 2 to 3 weeks after Elvis made the statements, Mary and her husband, Troy, drove to Delphi. While in Delphi, Mary talked to law enforcement about the things Elvis had told her on February 14th, but due to the mass amount of tips that were generated, her information may have been overlooked. How? I don't understand. You're trying to find important information about who murdered these girls, and somebody comes in and tells you that my brother told me he killed him, he was involved, and he tried to give me a blue jacket and all these details, and that gets overlooked. The same as what's the other thing that got overlooked? About Richard Allen coming and saying he was on the bridge wearing the same exact thing as Bridge Guy. Just these important things just are getting overlooked. It makes no sense because those are the things that they're actually would be looking for. That would be like, whoa, okay, we need to talk to this. They might have found, might be the guy. Like, I could see, like, little details getting overlooked, but it makes no sense. Makes me so mad, because if they would have been able to look into these guys early on, we'd have an answer for sure, right? Probably. There would be evidence, more evidence. They wouldn't be able to get rid of all the evidence by then. Okay, so this is the one that died mysteriously in a fire, Mary. The one that passed the polygraph. So basically saying what she is saying is the truth. Anyway. Where are we at? They were generating. Okay. So the defense has requested that the prosecutor locate the tip sheet that contains accurate details as to exactly when Mary Jacobs and her husband visited law enforcement officials in Delphi and what was communicated during the visit. Unfortunately, this is yet another piece of evidence that the defense has not received. So they're saying 2 to 3 weeks. So yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Are we ever going to see this crap? Not crap. I mean, like, I want to see this stuff. But now if his new defense doesn't go this route, like, I want to see these interviews for myself. Everybody does, I'm sure. If I spit on the girls, but I can explain it away, would I still be in trouble? December 2018, Mary Jacobs enlisted the help of an old acquaintance of hers named Misty Moore. Since law enforcement had not followed up with Mary from earlier in the year, when she drove to Delphi and described what Elvis had told her, Mary was still concerned that Elvis was involved in the murders, but nothing was being done about it. Misty Moore worked for Homeland Security out of Greenfield, and Mary was hoping Misty could assist in locating someone from law enforcement to become interested in Elvis Fields. Mary talked to Misty Moore, who then passed this information on to the proper law enforcement channels. In January 2018, Mary was interviewed. On February 1st, 2018, state police gave Mary a polygraph to determine whether Mary was being truthful about what Elvis had told her almost a year earlier. Mary passed the polygraph. More on that later. Based upon what Mary Jacobs had told law enforcement in January 2018, and based upon Mary Jacobs passing a polygraph in February 2018, law enforcement interviewed Elvis on February 27, 2018. This interview was videotaped, but the defense team just received this video on September 8th, 2023. Back. Oh, okay. Jerry Holman from United Command conducted this interview of Elvis. Kevin Murphy was also present. During this interview, Elvis agreed to take a mouth swab that would be used for DNA. Jerry Holman and Kevin Murphy, both with the state police, explained the purpose of the mouth swab with Elvis. So Elvis was aware that the DNA from his mouth swab would be compared to any DNA from the crime scene. At the conclusion of the interview, Trooper Murphy dropped Elvis off at his trailer. As described on page 1, the Odin report, Elvis exited the police vehicle and walked toward his trailer. Elvis turned around before entering his house and walked back to Trooper Kevin Murphy's vehicle. When Elvis came near the squad car, Elvis posed the question to Murphy. What would happen if what would happen if his spit is found on one of the girls? But Elvis, has an explanation. Would he still be in trouble? Elvis then walked back to his trailer. Upon hearing what troubling but incriminating comment, Trooper Murphy immediately called Unified Command and communicated with Detective Jay Harper. On August 22nd, 2018, Elvis's other sister, Joyce, was interviewed by law enforcement officers, Kevin and Greg Ferenczi. On 2 previous occasions, Joyce had denied that Elvis had made incriminating statements to her. However, in this 3rd interview, Joyce reluctantly recounted to Ferenczi and Murphy statements that Elvis had made to her in the fall of 2017. According to Joyce, sometime in the fall, Elvis moved in with her following the death of her boyfriend. Joyce recounted the following statements Elvis made to her in the kitchen in October 2017, at the time when they were living together under the same roof. I'm in a lot of trouble. I'm going away for a long time. I was on that trail and that bridge with those girls when they were murdered. There were 2 other people there with me when it happened. I spit on one of the girls after they were killed. Not only did Elvis make the incriminating statement about going away for a long time and being on the trail where the girls were murdered, but Elvis also confirmed to Joyce that he had indeed spit on one of the girls. Although Elvis reassured Murphy that he would be able to explain the spit, it is unknown at this point if Elvis has provided the explanation. He also lied and said he didn't know Johnny Messer, even though Johnny Messer said he had not only knew Elvis, but that Elvis was interested in joining Messer and Brad's Vinlander crew. On June 2018 interview, Elvis's, he unequivocally denied knowing the recruiter Johnny Messer. However, in his October 2018 interview, Johnny tells a different story. In that October 23 interview, Messer states that Elvis lived with Johnny's uncle Billy Messer. Johnny Messer further stated in the interview that Johnny, would take firewood to his uncle's home during the winter, that Elvis was living with Billy Messer. Most importantly, Johnny mentions that Elvis Elvis's boss and self-described father figure, Ned Smith, and Elvis's roommate, Rod Abrams, all were interested in joining Johnny Messer's Vinlander Club. Remember, Brad was also affiliated with the club. However, Johnny Messer claims that the Vinlanders would not be interested in the likes of Elvis, Rod, and Ned. The importance of Elvis lying to police about knowing Johnny Messer cannot be understated. Elvis had to know that if Elvis was connected to Johnny, then he would eventually be connected to Brad. It should again be noted that it is interesting that Ned pursued an attorney for Elvis, and that Ned wanted to sit in on Elvis' October 2018 interview with police. In doing so, Ned was able to learn what type of questions were being asked of Elvis and provided Ned with the ability to end the interview if Elvis started saying anything incriminating to Elvis. Ned or Rod. This person who wanted to sit next to Elvis at the interview and had previously paid for an attorney for Elvis is the same Ned Smith that, according to Johnny Messer, wanted to join Brad Holder's Vinlander crew. Elvis's purported alibi. So Rod lied. We know he lied about the where he and Elvis were on February 13th. Because it conflicted with Elvis's. So somebody was lying. On June 20th, the interview, Elvis told Ferenczi and Murphy that he remembered being at home in Rushville 492 days earlier on February 13th. It is quite a remarkable feat for someone with Elvis's mental capacity to remember a specific day 492 days earlier. Some people, like actress Mary Lou Henner, are blessed with something called autobiography. Memory, which allows that person to remember specific days in their lives, even if I never knew what that was. So it's just like specific days, even if years later. But what is it, every day or just? Because I feel like there's some days you remember specific days, right? How many days is that? That memory, like how often do you remember specific days? Is it like often? Huh. Man. Oh, years and years later, I guess. I mean, if you don't like think about them often, you are going to forget it. Yeah. Says that Elvis had a mentality of a 7 or 8 year old. Still, rather than admit that Elvis had no idea where he was on February 13th, he claimed he specifically remembers not leaving Rushville on February 13th. The Rob Abrams problem is because he said that they were visiting a sick friend. Elvis too, and then Elvis says he was at home. Oh my God. The phone problem. On February 13th, phone records apparently show that Elvis's phone stayed in the same place in Rushville for approximately 10:30 a.m. until approximately 7:30 p.m. Phone records also show that Elvis, for some reason, did not use his phone whatsoever for roughly 9 hours. Elvis told law enforcement that he usually kept his phone on him, as he stated in the previous paragraph. Rod stated that Elvis had taken his phone to Muncie to visit mystery friend at the hospital. Oh, he said he took it. Okay, I was wrong earlier. I said he left it home. However, phone records show that Elvis's phone was in Rushville during that time frame. So that's another thing that conflicts. Oh my God. I don't know, guys. I'm trying to finish the highlighted stuff, but I am struggling for some reason. The phone problem is twofold. Elvis's phone remaining at his home for roughly 9 straight hours conflicts with Rod's professed alibi for Elvis, Ned, and Rod. In today's day and age, it would seem highly unlikely that Elvis simply did not pick up his phone for roughly 9 hours, especially when Elvis claimed that he usually kept his phone with him. A takeaway for any curious investigator would also be at a minimum of twofold. Rob lied about being in Muncie, but Elvis forgot to stick with that lie. Elvis went up to Delphi, but was told to leave his phone behind so that phone data would not show that he, Elvis, was in Delphi. It is unknown if Rod or Ned phone records were ever recovered. So Elvis and Rod's alibi are beyond highly suspicious. Yeah, because it's like, why would Elvis like think be so insistent on I stayed home? Like, that would be very not memorable. So the fact that he wants to like give himself an alibi is kind of suspicious, I feel like. Yeah, he's a dead man without that offense. That's why they were. Yeah, misbehaved. I think you might be right. That's sad. Now, here's the other interesting thing. So Elvis described forming horns out of sticks and placing them on Abby's head, and crime scene photos confirmed Elvis's statement. Perhaps the most damaging piece of evidence that links Elvis to the crime scene was found in an unusual place, the middle of a report that memorialized the results of Mary Jacobs' polygraph examination. In Mary's pre-exam interview, polygraph examiner Stephanie Thompson. Wait, Stephanie did do Mary's polygraph. Dang, she died too. I was wondering, I was like, wait, did she do, because she did the Flora Fires, there who was a polygraph in Flora Fires that she was going to testify. And I kept asking, is she the one that did any of the Delphi polygraphs? Did she do Elvis's sister? I should have just looked up her name in this, but I probably was busy doing something else. But yes, dude, so so not only did Mary freaking die in a mysterious fire, Stephanie Thompson and her daughter died in a fire that they said arson. There was arson involved. So there was, intentionally freaking started this. I mean, come on, dude. That makes it even more suspicious that she was with the Delphi. She did do the Delphi polygraph in a fire. Not the same fire of Stephanie, but there was some fire, Patty. So Mary died in a fire. Stephanie died in a fire. Stephanie did what polygraph did she do for the Flora that was that was important? The Flora fire stuff. Yet she dies in a fire. The Flora fires they said there was proof of arson. The FBI, what's his name? Guy died. What's his name again? Hold on, it's on the tip of my tongue. We've talked about him today. I just can't think. But he died. The Maheen. Oh, that's what you're. I talk to you. Oh my God, when it goes on this much of a live stream, gosh, see, like my brain is like over. Missy, you said Maheen or whatever. You had some information on him, but he shot the Greg Ferenczi. Thank you, because we were talking about him. So Ferenczi, you've seen his name. We've talked about him a lot today. He was looking into the Odinist angle. He freaking gets shot by an old guy that worked in the corrections, the Maheen guy. Who else? The guy that unalived himself with a leak. I know I'm still even missing a couple. There's a couple more. It's crazy. Yeah, right here. Polygraph examiner Stephanie Thompson. That's the one that freaking died. Dude, oh my God. Wow. There's Alan, are you here? You can't tell me. So when I talk about Alan, I'm talking about Alan Hinkle. He's a person that's really strongly stands that it was Richard Allen and all this is not true or whatever. And so I always ask him, somebody that I know is strongly on the other side, Because I feel like I'm in the middle. Like I'm just kind of, maybe I'm lean. Sometimes I lean. This is all weird, so it makes me lean on one side, but I still have I don't know. I still can't say for sure that Richard isn't involved in somehow. I can't say that with like where I like really believe it, because I don't know. I'm just like, oh, back and forth kind of, but there is some weird stuff, and I do believe that there's a lot of corruption in Carroll County. There's a lot of crap that's like not right, but I don't know why. So I can't make sense out of why. So I don't know what this means, but oh yeah, what was his name? Misbehaved. So anyway, Alan Hinkle. What if you're here? What the heck do you make out of all this? This isn't just like, oh, this is all normal. It's just Richard. Everything's pretty. No, this is all just weird stuff. That's all just normal that happens. Love people connected all together. Like, no, I'm sorry. There's something. And I don't know. I don't know what it is. I mean, I know, but I don't know why. There's some angles, that the defense points out, but like, I don't know 100% if that's what's really going on, or is there something else? Does it go deeper than that? Like, what is where did it start? Is there, like, why is the corruption? Like, I get it, but like, why? Like, what comes for, like, why? Why? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are they trying to, like, who's involved there? The corruption, like, why are they trying to hide? Let's say the corruption is trying to hide, like, who did it, but why? Like, okay, let's say Elvis and that whole angle's right, then why are they trying to hide that? Because none of these people are law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? So why? You see what I'm saying? I still don't know those answers. Like, it makes no sense. What are you trying to cover up? Where's the beginning? Is it because, like, I don't know. Because I don't think, with Delphi, I'm not thinking it's like law enforcement that did the murders, but why are they trying to cover it up? Do you see what I'm saying? If this Odinism stuff is accurate, or if it is any of these guys, then they're not law enforcement. So what are they protecting them for? That's what I don't get it. Yeah. Like, why? Okay, let's say Elvis is involved. Why are you trying to protect Elvis? Who's Elvis? Maybe Brad, because Brad's a Freemason, and maybe there's people high up in that, and they're just trying to protect their own. And you know what I'm saying? I don't know, but could it be something like that? I don't know. Yeah, maybe law enforcement's in the game, but then I guess, I guess it could be as simple as that. And they know that it has to do with some people that are in the same gang, and they don't want it to look, to make it their gang look bad. Could be, but I don't know why I feel like it goes deeper than that. But maybe not. Maybe it is just that. Because you misbehave, you're saying Liggett's and Odin? Yeah, maybe it is. That would make the most sense, I guess. You're right. All right. So the links, the crime scene was found in, talking about the most damaging thing. So we're getting onto that, we know. Wait, where did I leave? Oh, Stephanie Thompson. Okay. So Stephanie Thompson recorded that Mary Jacobs stated the following. Elvis told her, Mary, Abigail is a little troublemaker, that he placed leaves on her and used sticks to give her horns. Horns and antlers are common symbols used in pagan rituals, and Brad Holder himself displayed the Odinite fascination with horns on his Facebook posts. Find attached exhibit 97 from Brad's Facebook page. As you can see, the middle photograph is an image of a person with small stick-like antlers on the top of their head. Find attached a close-up photograph of Abby's head from the crime scene. It's one of the attachments. From a distance, it may not be immediately noticeable. However, upon closer inspection, it is obvious that someone involved in the killings intentionally placed small sticks from the tree on top of Abby's hair to resemble horns or antlers. The horns formed from sticks on Abby's head look similar to the image found on Holder's Facebook page. The defense has not The defense has not viewed one single report that discusses the sticks placed atop Abby's hair-shaped like horns antlers being compared with Elvis's statement to his sister that he shaped sticks into horns on Abby. Trooper Purdy was present at the polygraph exam, but was not able to watch the exam and therefore would not know about Elvis's words to his sister Mary about using sticks to form horns on Abby. So now you're telling me the only people that heard that are both dead now? And that video better not have disappeared. I want to, where's that video? Better freaking not just disappear or something in the transcripts and everything. Okay, where are we at? Rather, now being curious in the year 2023 as to how Elvis knew such a thing, and then using this information as a basis to secure a search warrant or even an arrest on Elvis, when factoring in all the other evidence. Sadly, it is expected that the law enforcement will do the exact opposite of being curious. It is expected that law enforcement will claim that the photograph does not prove anything, or the defense is exaggerating the photograph. Rob Abrams' connection. Rob told police a lie about his whereabouts February 13th. This was discussed as referenced in Elvis' section, as was the fact that Elvis's alibi conflicted with Rob's alibi. Here are a few other evidentiary nuggets picked up from the defense review of Rob Abrams' February 27, 2018 interview that prosecution just provided the defense on September 8th. Some of these nuggets from Rod videotaped interview incriminate Elvis Fields. Elvis has been working for Ned Smith since 2005, but then stopped working for Ned in 2017, the same year as the murders. 5:15 mark of video 1. So they're referencing where this is coming from. The videotape of Rob. According to Rob Abrams, Elvis was communicating with a 12-year-old girl on the internet and discussing inappropriate things. If you look at Elvis's probably 12 freaking Facebook accounts, I swear he has a ton of them, and you look at the ones that he actually, is more active on, he has so many friends of young girls, friends on his thing. And it's almost like sometimes he tries to talk to them, they don't respond. Somebody had made a point that I don't know if it's true or not, that maybe he's creating fake accounts, making it look like he's friends with all these women. I don't know, because somebody said none of these women respond to you, but he could. So it does make you wonder, why are they friends with this guy if they don't really want anything to do with him? So I wonder if he is creating some fake girl accounts. I don't know. Somebody mentioned that, even though. Are you creating these accounts? I don't know. Anyway, according to Rob, Elvis, he was communicating with a 12-year-old girl on the internet and discussing inappropriate things. Elvis used Facebook to communicate to young girls aged 13, 14, and 15. Found out in Rob Abrams' second video. When law enforcement asked Rod, has he, Elvis, ever talked about doing anything to a couple of girls, there is a long pause. Then Rob Abrams finally said, no. The law enforcement officer then said, are you sure? Rod responded, he has. The law enforcement officer then says, you kind of hesitated when I asked you. When Rod is asked if Ned and Elvis will also say that they were all in Muncie on February 13th, Rod doesn't answer the question. But after another long pause, tells a long rambling story about how Ned doesn't always remember things. Finally, law enforcement asked Rod if they can look at Rod's phone to see any text between Rod and Elvis. Rod, refuses, claiming that Elvis no longer has his phone number after Rod changed phones. According to Johnny Messer, Rod Abrams, along with Elvis and Ned, were all interested in joining Messers and Holder's Vinlander Club. All right, so now we're On to Betsy Blair's first description of the man she saw on the bridge was memorialized in sketch number 2. Remember, sketch number 2 is the younger looking sketch without the hat and stuff on. So illustrated on February 17th, 2017, 3 days after the girls were found, but not released to the public until April 22nd, 2019, following the Superintendent Doug Carter's press conference. On February 17th, Betsy met with State Police sketch artist Taylor D. Bryant and provided a description of a man she observed from 50 feet away on the Monon High Bridge. So I'm trying to picture what 50 feet away would be. That's not that far, really. No, that's not far at all. The same man that Liggett claimed in his affidavit was the killer. Betsy Blair told the sketch artist that the man she, Betsy Blair, observed was a white male, age 20, had brown curly hair, a medium build, find attached and marked exhibit 103. So you guys could picture that sketch, right? It's the second sketch, the curly hair young guy. Says facial identification reference sheet that contains the description that Betsy provided to the sketch artist. The illustration is also called sketch number 2 because it was released to the public second. Upon looking at the sketch, Betsy Blair told the sketch artist that the illustration was a 10 out of 10 for accuracy. The Unified Command did not release the Betsy Blair sketch to the public for over 2 years. Instead, they released the Sarah Carball sketch, also called sketch number 1, because it was released to the public first. The Sarah Carball sketch was illustrated by FBI sketch artist Plants from Detroit on June 19, 2017, and released to the public on July 17, 2017. Who was the person that Sarah was describing in her sketch? According to Liggett's affidavit, at approximately 3:57, Sarah observed a man walking westbound on County Road 300 North. Sarah was headed eastbound on County Road 300 North, operating her motor vehicle, while simultaneously observing this man walking on the road toward her on the opposite side of the road. This is the same man that Sarah described for the sketch artist on June 19th, 2017. We will be discussing Sarah's description of that man later. Roughly 2 years later, on March 2019, Betsy met with Tony Liggett, frustrated that her sketch number 2 had not been released to the public. Betsy was frustrated because sketch number 1, which had been released to the public almost 2 years before, did not match the man that she observed on the high bridge. Betsy even commented that sketch 1 was wrong. Certainly, it was odd that Sarah's sketch was chosen to be released over Betsy's sketch for the following reason. Betsy provided her description to the sketch artist only 4 days after seeing the man on the bridge, while it was fresh on her mind, compared to Sarah, who provided her description to the sketch artist 126 days after Carball observed the man on the road. Betsy had a good look at the man's face while stationary from only 50 feet away. Sarah was not stationary, but rather traveling down the road operating her vehicle while simultaneously trying to observe the man on the road. Now, my guess is why they went with sketch number 1 first is because he more matched Bridge Guy with the clothing, the hat. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking that they're like, okay, probably in denial that the person that Betsy saw was actually even involved. Maybe they're thinking, wait, at first, wait, this guy doesn't look like Bridge Guy, so maybe this is somebody else. But the guy that Sarah kind of had sketched out looked more similar to the guy on the video. So that's what I'm guessing, even with the the hat and stuff. So I'm guessing that's probably why they put that out first. But then maybe realized after more investigating and seeing nothing coming back, and I don't know. Who freaking knows what they were doing? Anyway, so where are we at? During her March 7th interview, Betsy was talking with 2 members of Unified Command, Kevin and Tony Liggett. or Kevin Hammond and Tony Liggett. At this interview, Betsy told Liggett face to face that the man Betsy observed on the high bridge fit the following description. The man was slender and youthful looking. He was more boyish looking. The man was in his 20s to early 30s. His hair seemed poofy, just as the sketch portrayed. He had no facial hair that she can remember. Finally, on April 22nd, 2019, Unified Command released Betsy Blair's Sketch 2 to the general public. They released Sketch 2, sorry. In fact, upon its release, Superintendent Doug commented that the man in Blair's Sketch 2 was responsible for the murders. See, I don't understand, though, because if she's saying that that's the man, and they think Bridge Guy's the man, was Betsy saying, well, yeah, the guy on the bridge that we're seeing in the video is the guy that I saw? Is that what she's saying? That's why I want to hear her whole interview. Because she's just saying, oh, he was suspicious and I think that was the killer? Or was he saying, no, the guy that I saw in the video that we released, the guy on the bridge, is the guy that I saw, the young sketch? Is that what she's trying to say? Because then what happened to, he didn't have his hat on, so he had his hat off and just the same clothes? You guys see what I'm saying? I don't know. What do you guys think? Because what I'm saying is she's like, no, you have the wrong guy. And they're saying, well, I'm not saying this is all right, Missy. I'm reading your thing too. No, I'm just saying from what I'm imagining what their interview, like what their conversation. So if they put out this freaking, first they had the screenshot of the guy on the bridge and then the video. And if they're telling her, no, this is the guy that we think committed the murder. So, and then she sees that, and then is she still looking at that like, yeah, that's the guy that I saw? That first sketch is wrong. That's the guy that I saw on the bridge. He just had his hat off because it did look like the guy had something over his head. Do you see what I'm saying? Or does she just say, this guy was acting suspicious. He was involved, I know. And then, but no, the guy, I wonder if she was saying, that guy in the video, I didn't see him. I saw this other guy that was acting suspicious. But remember, Doug Carter, he said, he made it seem like that second sketch is the guy that we see in the video, which doesn't really make sense because the second sketch has no hat on. You know what I'm saying? It looks like he had nothing over his head or neck or anything. It was all open. So it's like, I don't know. I have no idea what I want to see these interviews. What was these conversations like? What did Betsy say? Was she saying, no, that's not the same guy? You know what I'm saying? Makes no sense. But hopefully we'll be able to see these interviews. I don't know. I want to see all of them. I want to see they have did they say they have a video, right? Of Betsy's and Sarah's? I hope. Hopefully it'll come out in the trial. We could actually see them, what they say, at least a transcript, but what the back and forth is when she's like, no, you guys have the wrong guy. How does that go? What do they say? Oh, well, is your guy this guy that we have a video, that's on the bridge? You know what I'm saying? Wannabe eyes. Someone telling me he got good photo skills for sure. I did a video that shows the fanny pack as a gun blurred out. Oh, there's been a question lately. Well, Stephanie, what could they be waiting for? How would they blow it up? Yeah. Oh, wow. I didn't see that. You have that? Anyway, okay, so where are we at? Yeah, this whole thing with the sketches and stuff, yeah, that just doesn't make sense. Where are we at? So yeah, we know Doug said, oh, 1 had now become secondary. We're focusing on sketch 2, right? March 7th, Liggett was present when Betsy described the man she observed on the bridge. Betsy was actually talking to Liggett face to face when she provided the description. Liggett heard Betsy's description of a much younger man with brown poofy hair, but chose to conceal this information from Judge Diener. Blair's description of a youthful, boyish-looking person in his 20s, maybe early 30s, with brown poofy hair, obviously does not at all describe Richard Allen. In order for Liggett to have provided Judge Diener with honest and accurate information, he would have had to state the following in his affidavit. Yeah, wait, hold on. Let me... Tony Liggett believed that Richard Allen is the man that murdered the girls, for reasons stated herein. I also believe that the man that Betsy Blair observed on the bridge is Richard Allen. How? With hair that's poofy? I mean, it makes no sense. And therefore the killer. However, I must also inform the court that the man Betsy observed on the bridge really looks nothing like Richard Allen, whereas Richard Allen was a man in his mid-40s with short or even shaved grayish hair. The man that Betsy Blair described was youthful, boyish-looking, and had brown, poofy hair. Also, Your Honor, Betsy told the sketch artist that the man she saw on the bridge was just 20 years old. This description came only 4 days after she observed the man on the bridge. 2 years later, Betsy still maintains that the man was in his 20s or maybe early 30s. Also, Betsy told the sketch artist back in 2017 that the resemblance of the boyish sketch to the man that she observed on the bridge was 10 out of 10. I must tell you, Judge, that this 10 out of 10 sketch looks absolutely nothing like Richard Allen. Oh, this is saying... Never mind. I was like, wait, this says in order for Liggett to have provided... Remember what this is supposed to be. In order for Liggett to have provided the Judge Diener with honest and accurate information, he would have to state the following. This is just a hypothetical. Like, if this is what he would have had to say. So this didn't even happen. Okay. All right. I think I made it through all of them. I'm not done now. I'm only on 108, so I have some more pages to go through and highlight. But I made it through all the ones I have highlighted, and then I'll look through the next less than 30 pages and highlight the rest that I want to go through. But for tonight, that is all I'm going to do. Oh, I'm glad I made it through those. Dang, I'm good. Didn't think I would. Hold on 1 second. Oh, let me see if I made it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna go through this one. Okay, so yeah, I'm good for tonight. Anyway, no, I know my headache actually kind of went away because I stopped. So I wonder if this was giving me a headache. Like lightened up a lot after I stopped drinking it. Anyway, no, what? No, I need a new case. Was there a new missing girl? Who's the name? Oh my God, you do have a new profile picture. I was going to ask, is there any more? What's the name? I can here. Let me see if I type in missing. How old is she? Same. Oh, 8 hours ago, Arizona missing girl found. It just says, is that the one? Are you talking about Alicia Navarro? Or no? You're saying Grimm? There is one from Arizona that says that she's been found. I don't know if you're talking about Alicia Navarro. It's a sex trap. Oh, I didn't even finish saying that. Edmund Davis, who was arrested Monday, is charged with 2 counts of SA of children for images of discovered on cell phone, had been living here with Alicia Navarro, a teenager who disappeared from Arizona. No, that can't be. That's from 4 years ago. So what name are you talking about? But that's from 8 hours ago. He was just arrested. But that's not the one you're talking about. But it looks like they found her. Did she die? Wait, they found her alive? She doesn't look like a teenager. Huh. What's her name? Chelsea Grimm? Wait, why were you guys saying her name earlier? Like, I felt like it was like almost a joke or something. I remember somebody saying that, but it didn't seem like it was like a victim or something. I don't know what you guys were talking about. Oh, it's a woman. It's not a girl. Okay. I mean, it's not like a young girl. Missing while on cross-country trip to a wedding in Connecticut. Wow. Yeah. Wow, you have to look into it. Huh. Her pet bearded dragon is missing in her. Wow. Yeah, they found her car, but not her, with her car with 2 flat tires, it says. They says that she talked to an officer and said that she was getting emotional because she was taking something about a soldier or something. I don't know. And then he said, go sleep or something, go sleep it off or something. And she went to go sleep in her car. And then all of a sudden, after she was reported missing, they found her car with 2 flat tires and her pet bearded dragon was missing. Wow. I'll have to look into it. Yeah. But so Thursday, though, you guys will get into the can you share the, oh my God, I'm so tired, guys, the serial podcast, because I'm going to be talking about that pretty in depth. And then you'll look into this, but usually with I want some new cases to go over, but usually it depends on the case. Sometimes it's like there's not much to go. So it depends on how social they are, like on social media, if there's like a lot that you could find, but it depends on the person. So sometimes it'll be like a new case and there'll be like nothing to even really go through. But sometimes there is a lot, depends, to try to, figure out stuff. But sometimes I hate when it's like, God, you want to like learn and try to figure it out, but then there's nothing. It's like, where do you even go? So I'll look into that. Maybe there will be some stuff. It does look like there was a video that found her pulled over in the cemetery. Okay, wait. Yeah, she got emotional after taking photographs for a lost soldier project. But she said she was okay, recommended that Graham park her car at a gas station to sleep. And then they found her Ford Escape with 2 flat tires abandoned on a dirt road the day after she was reported missing. It says that her belongings, along with her pet bearded dragon, were not found inside her SUV. So it's like she probably took them and then left because it probably got her 2 flat tires and started walking to get help or something. And then who knows what happened? I don't know. Wonder how much they... Huh. But yeah, so, we're going to do the, then I'll look into that too. And then the serial podcast, you guys, for this, Adnan Saeed is pretty interesting too. I would definitely want to go through that and talk about that because there's a lot. I feel like there's so much I want to dig into that with that one too. So yeah. And then as far as this Delphi, I feel like they're going to push this trial back. If so, that those videos that we watched, the news clips, if those people that they interviewed were correct, they were estimating what, like it could be pushed back like a couple years to prepare. I don't know. It might not be that long, but it's obviously going to get pushed back. So this might be another like, okay, not much new for a while until, you know what I'm saying, until the trial comes near again. So it might be all as far as, not much to go over more with this. So I will need some new cases to look at. But I still do want to go through some stuff on this. All right, guys. You don't think? Oh. Oh, yeah, and the misbehavior. We'll have to schedule something for us to do. I was saying, whatever you shared, it's not linking. Is it? Or maybe, oh, yeah, it is. Never mind. What did you share? Oh, the serial. Thanks. Yeah, go watch that, you guys. 12 episodes. Start watching it. We're going to talk about it Thursday. You hear that? My chair is so annoying. I got to oil it up or something. It's like I just move a little bit. Makes freaking... it's annoying. I feel like I look at myself. I feel like, why do I look like I'm horrible lately? Dang. I feel like if I compare the way I look right now to like 3 months ago, I look like a whole different person. I look bad. All right, I'm going to go. Yeah, watch it Thursday. There's so much. You'll go back and forth with that case too, I'm telling you. And not even like, even if you do have your mind made up, if you think, let's say you think that Adnan's guilty, or either way, you'll still be going back and forth because there's still so many unanswered questions because you don't freaking know. With Jay's the one that, God, he makes me so mad. He needs to, like, he's just holding back. He's lying about it, and I don't know why. Like, I do know why. He's trying to, I feel like, minimize his part. Like, it's just, I don't know. Like, I feel like, could I feel like he was. I think he might have been there for the murder, and that's what he's trying to like minimize that. And act, I feel like his story, like he either was there with Adnan for the murder, or Adnan wasn't involved and it was just him, or it was him and somebody else and Adnan wasn't involved, or Adnan hired them to do it or something. But he was. You'll see what I'm talking about. That's the only reason for his lies is that he is trying to minimize what his part in it for some reason, and I'm thinking it's because he actually was there for the murder. Whether he's the one that did it, I don't know. It's driving me nuts. I'm saying because I feel like I look like crap. Maybe because I feel like crap lately that I'm looking at. I just. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. So hopefully, yeah, Thursday. Let's plan on, and then Missy, we'll have to. When do you want to do yours? Tomorrow, I want to try to like go through. I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should work on going through some of the Adnan stuff or going through some of the Delphi. I don't know. Or new case. Why can't I be like 3 people in one? It's too much work. I mean, I like it, but it's like I don't have time. I feel like I need more time so I can get to everything. But it's like there's only so many hours in the day. You can only do so much. It's crazy. I know. What are you? I'm confused, Ausane. Is that like your emoji? I don't think, I feel like it's just your head and there's water behind you, right? You're not really a fish. Or is it supposed to be you as a fish? Oh, it's supposed to be a fish, but it doesn't, it just looks like a head. Well, I'm not seeing a fish. Where is there a fish? Why am I not? I'm just seeing a head. And then there's water behind you. So you just put in like a emoji for a fish? Wait. Why don't I see the fish body behind you? What are you? I don't see no body behind. What? I'm not seeing it. I see something on the bottom, but I mean, it's not a fish. Why don't I don't know. I don't. Why am I not seeing it? Are you talking about below you? I must be looking at it wrong. I'm trying to like look at it from all these different ways to see what if like am I. I'm saying help. Say email me because I don't know. I'm seeing a head. I'm seeing a little bit of something below your head, but it doesn't appear that it's a fit like that's a fish body or anything. So I don't know. What do you mean Woody hour? What's that mean, Miss B? What that means? Am I like in the Twilight Zone? Like, why am I not understanding anything? Yeah, but how? Okay, you have this big head. I mean, it's not a big head, but your whole thing is a head, right? And then there's just this little thing at the bottom that's supposed to be a fin. How does that make you a fish? Because that doesn't even look like a fin. It just looks like a white thing at the bottom. Yeah, email me. Maybe I'm not seeing something right. Oh, I never even heard of that. Misbehaved. I never heard of Woody Hour. That's what that means. I never even didn't know. Is that like a Western term or something? I remember like when I was in Colorado, like learning different things, how we say things different, but mostly it was like a lot of things pronounced. We pronounce things different, but there was things like that we have too, like 4 hours. Holy crap! Yeah, and this was a 4 hours of me like basically reading the whole time. It wasn't me just talking. So I am overloaded. Oh my god, my back hurts, guys. So I felt it because I have like a bad back, so it doesn't take much for it to like something to happen. So I was just on the couch sitting with Zeke earlier today, and I was trying to like replay it in my head because I was like, God, why'd I sit like that? Because it like one little minute, it was a couple minutes of sitting in a certain way. I stood up and then my back, and it's not out where I can't walk, but it's like where it's on that thing where it's like you have to be careful because it will go out. And my grandma's like, oh, there's a box out, a package. And I was like in the middle of watching a video. So I was like, okay, I'll get it in a minute. Hold on. And she's just like, she's so impatient. I'm like, I'm finishing watching this video. But I pull down the recliner. And I think what I did is I like put my feet up, like, and I like in anticipation of me getting up. Like I had them up, either up like this, hanging out, like straight out, or I actually put them like up on the recliner or up on the seat. And I sat there probably, I would say like 4 minutes maybe. I was finishing a video. I'm like, okay, I'll get it. So it was like in this tense thing where I was like waiting to just stand up and go get it. But I had to, I wanted to finish the video and I sat there for like a few minutes. And then when I got up, I was like, oh, my back. I'm so mad. I was like, no, if I would have just, of course, at first I'm like, Grandma, why did you have to, I'm thinking she wouldn't ask me about it. Not only ask, there's one thing to ask, but then she just keeps like bugging. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if she would just like said, okay, if I was the grandma, I'll get it in a couple minutes and left me alone, I wouldn't have felt like I had to like tense up and been on it. But she's just like that. She's very when she wants something, you have to have it this now, like very like So a lot. It's very intense all the time. So it's like for instance, like if you're talking, like let's say I'm talking to my mom, she wants to ask her something. It doesn't matter if you're in the middle of a conversation. She needs to know her answer right away and has to ask, and she'll just interrupt you. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't even care. It's like, Grandma, I'm talking to my mom. Oh, no, she has to get the answer from my mom. It's just like, but that's just the typical showing you, like, that's her personality. It's like she can't wait for anything. Doesn't matter what, if it doesn't matter if somebody's doing something important, she might need, like, just something, she needs to know something, and she could just, everybody has to stop what they're doing. She has to get her answer, or her, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God, stop it. It's too much a lot of the time. Oh. Yeah. It's, man, it's a lot. Especially, like, you know, yeah, if you're just, like, edgy or in a mood or if you don't want to be bothered or, you know, but nope, doesn't work here. But I feel like there was a funny thing I wanted to tell you about her. I told you about the hot butter or whatever, but there's something else that just happened. I was like, oh, I gotta tell you guys about it. What was it? Hold on. Those at least the funny moments somewhat make up for it. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, but that's a whole different picture. I see it now, but that's not even the same picture, though. I mean, it's different. It has more stuff added. But I still can't tell what's what. Like, what did you do to it, though? It's a different angle? It still looks like a front angle, though. I don't understand. How is that the same picture as the first one? I'm saying that there's more things to it, though. I'm seeing something like a whole. It's the same face, same angle. It's still straight on. But I mean, I could see more of a fish there because you could see the. Is this supposed to be an eye on your head? I don't know. Oh, I thought you said different angle. It's different angle. It's different angle. See. Yeah, I mean, I see it now, but you gotta. Yeah, but Mamma Mia, but I don't know. Are you sure? Because I don't want to get rid of that. Doesn't it all look? Does anybody use it? You know it. It doesn't have to pop up. It's only at the small bottom. It only pops up if you click on it, though. I'm confused why that's even in your way. I see all that comments. How don't you see them? Oh, you're probably on your phone. Let me see what it looks like on your phone. Let me see. Hold on. Because on the computer, it's not in any way. But maybe on the phone it looks different. Fine. No, it's the same on the phone. Yeah, but it only covers like a part of the bottom. Like the very last part. I don't know. Does anybody ever use them and it just doesn't show up? Hold on, let me see something. Oh, it shows up in the chat, but on the phone it actually shows up in the on the video. I like that though, but why on the computer it actually shows up on the chat? I don't know. I'll see. I don't know if I really want to mess with like the setup though. I don't know if I want to go in there and get rid of it. I don't want to screw up anything else too though. I don't know. If you're on your phone and you really want to see the bottom comment, just push it up. You could see it. Oh, I'm not worried about it. It doesn't matter if it has to wait for a second to get removed. I'm not really worried about that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Don't even focus on removing. I mean, if it comes up, but it's not like it's that, as far as like thinking that that's the most important thing, no. That's mods. I think the most important thing is interacting with everybody. So I don't care if it ends up showing up for a little bit. I don't. That stuff doesn't bother me. I mean, yeah, sometimes I'll talk about it, but it doesn't bother me that it's even there, or if it gets removed or not. I don't know why. I know it does bother some people, but sometimes I don't. I'm not that. If it's like trolls that Like the bots, that bothers me because it takes up all the thing. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even worry about it, Mama Mia. If a comment has to wait, I'm serious. It's not a big deal. I'll see, but I don't know if I want to go in there and remove stuff. I don't know. I don't know. Get what? I was saying. Yeah, you can just push it up. That's what I was saying. You could take your finger. That's weird, Mama Moo, because on a PC it doesn't cover really any of it. So what PC, maybe what kind of computer do you have? Do you pull the chat over to the side or the bottom? Because when it's at the bottom, it goes into the next thing. It barely covers anything. If anything, it covers the last letter where it sits on my computer. And then on the phone, you could just push it up to see the last one if you're really worried about it. Well, on the computer, you could put the chat in different spots, right? Because wonder if you have it on the bottom, like if you have it in a different spot. I don't know. I always have mine on the side when I'm on my computer, but I think you could, if you make the thing full screen, it goes to the, oh, that's like the bottom. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't cover a lot of my comment for some reason on either of them. Huh. I don't know. I don't know how you get it. All of a sudden, it just popped up. I think it's just a thing that everybody gets. That's why I don't know if I want to go about removing it. I don't, I know I think you said that there's a video or something, but I don't know if I want to go all into that. I don't know. I'll have to look. But if you're worried about comment, don't even worry about that. Seriously, it's all good. Oh, you don't have one, Alsane? Oh, Alsane doesn't have one. Oh, I don't know. So when I push him, you can't see him, Alsane? Like when I was pushing, okay, do you see the hearts popping up or no? Right now? Do you see the hearts at all? Can you at least see him or no? So maybe, Mama Mia, maybe you could get rid of them. You can. Maybe each person could just do it. Like maybe on yours, you could just get rid of them. And it's not me that gets rid of them for everybody. Maybe it's personal. You know what I'm saying? Why don't you guys maybe like for instance, Mama Mia, you go in and get rid of it on yours. Maybe that's how it works. You see what I'm saying? So at least some people know. Wait, what are you saying, Wolfpack? You can't see him either? Or can you? Yeah, I could see it. Somebody else do them. Yeah, somebody's doing hearts. I could see him. Do something else. You could pull it up and you have other options. You could do like that 100%. You can't see mine? Really? Wait, oh, so. Wait. Wolfpack, are you saying, can you see the emojis down there at all now? Wait, Derpstein, your profile just changed. Or did it? Wait a minute. Am I seeing things? No. It's not the point of me really wanting them. It's the point of me not wanting to go in and alter the setup of anything. Because I think you have to go in, and I don't know. I just don't feel like messing with anything like that. So it's a little mixture of both. I mean, I guess people don't use them that much, but I don't know. Not yours. Oh, but you could see I could see you guys. People are hitting them, so I could see when you guys do it. But you really can anybody see? Okay, nobody push it. Let me push. Okay. Now tell me, does anybody see any hearts? Anybody see hearts? Anybody? I want to, because maybe you guys just can't see mine. I know you can't. I'm saying I know you have nothing, but
Wolfpack says they have him, but they can't see mine. You see him? Oh. So Wolfpack, why can't you see mine? I don't know. Yeah, the heart floating up. That's what it is. Here, I'll do hundreds. Do you see the hundreds? I don't know. That's weird. But some of them are seeing me, so I don't know why they're. But I was saying that's weird because it seems like you're the only one that doesn't have any. Like you don't even have the option, right? I'm like itchy, guys. I think I'm hot. Oh, I thought I had a zipper on. About to unzip my thing. Yeah, I was doing the 100. Aussie True Crime. Hey, how are you? Good to see ya. Yeah, Austin, wait, what phone do you have? And are you on your phone? You probably have Android. Does any of you guys have Android that don't see them? Yeah, I bet everybody else has. But, um, yeah, maybe it's an Android thing. I don't know. How are you? I'm about ending it. I'm tired. My back. It's usually my lower back, but it is my lower back. But also my right here hurts, like my neck, shoulder, upper back. Ugh. All right, I better go. Oh wait, Derpstein has an Android and sees them, so I don't know. I was saying I guess you're just knows before that Miracle Hearts. My back was earlier though, and my neck was earlier too. When I did the back, when I was telling you the back went out or not went out, but the back got a little whatever it is in it, where it's like it's telling you be careful because I could go out, so I just have to be careful when it gets like that. But that's when the upper thing hurt too, like up here started hurting. So it was like both at the same time. It was weird, but this one was more prevalent, like the back. This is like it's like there, but it's I don't know who freaking knows. I'm an old lady. Anyway, maybe I don't know. I'll look into it to see what's going on with it. Depends on it. If it's like some kind of easy fix and it doesn't seem like it's gonna affect anything else, maybe I'll do it, but I don't know. You're official, Shane. Yeah. We know. No. It's not even, but I don't want you to think it's because, like, oh, I'm being lazy about it. It's like, because I don't want to, I'm scared if I mess with anything, like, I don't want to mess up. I don't know. It's always like, should I mess with, like, the settings or mess with something that's like, I don't know, YouTube. I just like to just keep them happy as much as I don't know. All right, I'm going to go. I got to brush my teeth. And I'm like now OCDing about flossing because until I get this all fixed. So it's like it's annoying though because it's like I'll eat and I'll be like, oh my god, I gotta like I'm worrying too much about it now and it's annoying me. Sucks. I feel old right now in so many different ways. I feel sucks. All right, guys, I'm gonna really go. I think, but I was trying to think of that something that my grandma said. Gosh, what was it? Because it was gonna make you guys laugh. Uh, Oh, I need to write it down. Anti-fish IG. Oh. Oh, oh, I have to do the Rumble soon. I haven't done it in a couple weeks, and I want to keep up. I want to just keep that as a backup. You know, like I just want to kind of be. I wanted to at least do it like once a week, but and keep going with that 8 passenger thing, just to have something consistent for a while to see how I like it. Because I might like it more, to be honest. It's supposed to be less censorship and stuff, so to not have to worry about it. I don't know, Derpstein, if it was about Zeke. Maybe. I think my brain is just, I feel like I'm starting to get that little headache starting to back again, and I don't think I'm going to remember because I'm tired. Yeah, Rumble. All right. I'm afraid since I've been sitting for over 4 hours, I'm afraid when I stand up, my back's going to be like, oh, it's going to hurt to stand up. Oh, please be okay. Please be okay. All right. I know. Yeah, and I don't have to worry about like, oh, no music, and just like be able to just not worry and do what I want and just be able to play what I want. You know what I'm saying? And not worry about copyright and losing my channel. You know what I'm saying? All right, I'm gonna go. I gotta stand up. Bye, everybody. Thanks. I'll say I will drink some water. Thank you. All right, fishy. Give me some of your water. You better drink some water because that's all you could breathe in is water. That was so stupid. Why did you want to be a fish anyway, though? I'm confused. You just was like, ooh, I want to be a fish. Are you like fish? Yeah, maybe. Oh, this pill. I thought you meant no, because I barely ever sit back. I'm always like, I don't ever like. It's not like I'm sitting like it's a lot of us always sitting up. Oh God, why? I hope you love fish to eat, or you just like fish as a pet, or what do you mean by that? Wait, wait. Hold on, fish. I feel like there was something about a fish. Hold on. That I saw that I just reminded me of something I just watched or something. Hold on. I can't think. Wait, you don't like to eat you don't like seafood and stuff? Seafood, I like freaking seafood better than um like I like a lobster more than a steak anymore, or like crab legs. Oh my God. But like fish, I like. Yeah, I mean, I like salmon. I like. I feel like any fish I've eaten, I've liked cod, trout. I don't remember that on The Notebook, and I love that movie. I've seen it a few times. I haven't seen it in a while, but why am I forgetting the fish thing? If you're a fish, I'm a fish. You hate fish? Not a cannibal. Okay, good. That's good. Oh, I see. I wasn't even thinking. But in reality, well, does the all saying that's not a fish like to eat fish? The one before you transformed into a fish? Ew, why does that sound gross? Catfish nuggets. That don't sound good to me for some reason. Oh, really? Do you eat meat? Ooh, beer batter's good.
Wait, do you eat meat? Yeah, I was saying, are you a vegetarian? I gotta go put that back in the fridge, my drink, so it stays good for tomorrow. Because I only drink half of it. I don't know. I'm scared I'm gonna stand up. My back's not gonna even let me. You are? Oh, you're one of those picky eaters. Well, you at least try things, right? I've tried. What about octopus? Oh, I tried. I don't like octopus because the only reason I don't like that is because I don't like the texture. It was like so chewy. Calamari, though. What is it? A hive? Like a red mark. My hives are usually bigger than that, though. I don't know. I better go. Oh, it's so good. It's breaded and fried, and then oh my god. Oh, I want some now. You eat chicken? Okay. You do eat steak, probably, right? Though you eat like beef, right? Or you just eat chicken? Lamb's good. I like lamb, but you eat beef, right? Or are you saying you don't eat beef? What about? I'm trying to think what else weird I've eaten. Okay. I don't remember. I've eaten turtle soup. I just had that like a couple years ago for my brother's rehearsal or it wasn't rehearsal. Yeah, it was rehearsal dinner. Had turtle and it was good though. It was actually really good. Um, you know what I've always wanted to try because like when I watch movies and they eat it, it looks so freaking good. It's like a rattlesnake. Because have you ever watched like those movies where they put it over the fire and they make it like look so freaking good? I always, every time I watch a movie where they're eating it, it makes me want to try it so bad. I'm sure it doesn't taste as good as it looks, but I don't know why. Like the movie was like over the fire and they wrap it around or something, and it looks so good. Oh my god, I don't know. I never had it, but dang it, I want to try it once. I don't know if it's not necessarily rattlesnake, just a snake, right? I don't know which kind you could eat. I don't know if it was always like a rattlesnake, but maybe. I don't know. When you're seeing them in movies when they cook snake, yeah, maybe it's rat. I don't know. Deranged? Wait, why? You never seen those movies where they eat it and it looks good? Ew, what about bear? I don't think I'd ever want to eat a bear. I did make myself like baked beans because my dad said it was a cowboy. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Um, Cowboy food. They make baked beans look good though on movies and commercials and stuff. Kangaroo is actually still here. Wait, you guys, I wish I freaking could play this without getting copyrighted. I remember last time I played like a second animal video and I got freaking copyrighted. So let me share it on the link. You guys have to watch this video with this kangaroo. Hold on. Hold on. I sent it to Ashley. Hold on. Hold on a second. It is so scary. Hold on, let me find it. Where is it? Oh my god, it's so weird. This kangaroo looks so scary. I don't understand. He looks like a man with like a big scary man, but not a man because it's not. Doesn't it looks like this beast that's like all with the body of like a human with a face of I don't know. Looks like the devil. Hold on, it's a kangaroo though. Look how it's standing. Hold on. Yes, Mamma Mia. That one. How freaking weird is that? You saw that? Yeah, it's like gonna drown its dog, and the guy like saves his dog and punches it. How many have seen that already? Maybe a lot of people have. Let me see how many views it's got. Oh, where'd it go? Yeah, it's on a freaking channel that has 17 million subscribers. So yeah, I'm sure a lot of people have seen it. Okay, hold on. For those of you who haven't, let me share it. Oh wait, I did the wrong thing. Gosh darn it. How do I share this? Delete. Hold on, share, copy. Okay. All right, here, watch this, everybody, and then go have a nice night. I'm gonna go. I almost want to wait till you guys watch it to get a reaction, but dang it, I just need to stand up and go brush my teeth. Wait, hold on. Okay, watch this. Everybody go watch that, and then go eat a kangaroo. I don't know, it looks like this kangaroo does steroids or something. Yeah, Mama Mia, have you seen a kangaroo look like that? Because you guys see them out a lot, probably out in the wild. Do they walk like that? Do they look like that? I don't understand how it's like looking like it's. I don't know. It's weird. It doesn't look like natural. It doesn't look like kangaroos that I don't know. Something about it looks weird. Did you watch it, Hossein? Go watch it real quick. I want to see what you think. Mamma Mia, is that how they look? Do they walk around like that sometimes? Because, normally I feel like their legs are like this out like this. But in this, it's like, it's down and they're like a human. But normally you see them like, right? Go watch it. Did you watch it, Hossein? Please, I want to know what you think real quick. Because that's like not normal. Did you watch it? I'm waiting for us. Or anybody. I'm waiting for somebody to respond, but yeah. I know, I told you. I know. It's weird. I'll never look at a kangaroo the same again. I used to think they were cute. That's weird. I don't understand how it's holding its arms and it looks like it's like. All right. Oh, really, Aussie? I'm gonna look at it then. Cool. All right, I gotta go, buddy. Or guys. Why did I say but? I don't even know I gotta go. But all right, thanks, guys. Thursday, and then Missy, we'll try to schedule something. You're probably not watching anymore, but all right, bye, guys. Well, no, he saved his dog, though. I'm glad he did. That guy with dog was gonna drown. Probably. Evil freaking kangaroo. Yeah, it was. Arnold Schwarzenegger kangaroos. Yeah, right? Dang, I don't want to. I think it's scary. Ugh, I just got to chill, kind of. All right, bye, guys.